Arena is never late. They have lunch precisely when they mean to. What's up, everybody? It's Lids, and we are back for some more Pyre Community RITE Night, which of course means some good old-fashioned multiplayer Pyre featuring, first and foremost, the members of the RITE Club Discord server. What is the RITE Club Discord server, you ask? Well, none other than... Did I spell it correctly? Ah, no, he beat me to it! I swear. Past few weeks, I've given you the invitation, right? I'm pretty sure the past few weeks I've deliberately paused and invited you to provide said link. And then the one time when I go back to doing it, you beat me to it. Ah, you got me this time. But anyways, we'll be doing some multiplayer Pyre, but that means those of you in chat, you're not off the hook. No, because you'll see the red circle with the white L below chat. You click on that, you'll see all the various requests that you can make, including things like choosing exiles, masteries, talismans, songs, arenas, even Titan stars. All that stuff is fair game. Also, quick note, first time that I've added, there's a new, it's actually sort of one of the pre-made options for channel point rewards that Twitch comes up with for unlocking one of the emotes on this channel. So, I have not really tried it. I basically just did this, so just made it available. So that's something that, for those of you who are, for all of our Lidcoin barons out there hoarding all of the channel points, I would say feel free, test that one out. In theory, I believe it should give you access to at least one of the, I wasn't going to name names, but I think you know who you are. Should give you access to, I believe, the way, or at least I guess, the way that it works is that you basically pick one out of the 3 emotes to unlock, and I don't know how long it lasts for. Is it a stream? Is it a day? It's definitely temporary, but I'm not sure exactly how long it lasts for. So, again, for those of you who have the channel points to spare, then I'd say feel free, go out and experiment with it. And we have, the Falcon Ron, Voice, and Snadra emotes are the things you can choose between. But anyways, that's all on the side. Let's get going here. We'll hop into versus mode, and let me hop into Discord as well. Alright. So, is there anyone who would like to get us started today? Taylor says, think it's a day? That would be my guess. And Taylor can jump in first. Awesome. Is there anyone who would like to go against Phaler here? Get things started, let me start sending out an invite to Phaler. Probably need to open up Steam Friends real quick here. Alright, invite sent to you, Phaler. It's 24 hours? Okay. So for all intents and purposes, means basically for a stream. Alright, looks like we have Phaler in here. Let me start setting him up on stream as well, but chat, let me know if there's anyone who wants to hop in as player 2. Oh man, and Phaler already has his name typed in, and player 1 is already set as the fate. It's like it was meant to be. It's almost like he was player 1 at the end of the previous RITE Night.
Almost as if.
Sometimes, obviously it's a combination of Pyre itself and the streaming software, but sometimes, at least on the streaming software side, it has given me really strange, random combinations. Like, it'll have, say Phaler was the name listed on the player 1 spot, but then it will have, something like the Beyonders as the triumvirate sigil that's still active. It's like, well, obviously Phaler wasn't playing as the Beyonders, so how did that happen? So I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't really make much sense, but at least this time, it did work quite well. But anyways, like I said, we've got Phaler in here. He can be our player numero uno, but do we have a player numero dos? Otherwise, Phaler is going to set himself up against a level 1 CPU. Which, I mean, not really sure there's much to see there. That right would probably last all of 20 seconds. But if no one is looking to jump in here, then I suppose, I mean, I could. Definitely have the people. It's not for lack of people. Maybe just people are not as available right off the bat. Let me just make sure there's no one in Discord who's popping in and not saying anything. No? Yeah, I don't know. Level 1, you're right, Cam. Level 1 might be just a little too much for Phaler to handle. See, Phaler is still in his Right Club initiation process. So even the uninitiated probably still have a leg up on him. Oh man, Arumi, uploading the videos to YouTube. Alright, why don't I, in that case, I'll hop in for a match, and then Arumi, let me know as soon as you are ready, and I can swap out for you, unless there's someone else who's available right off the bat. Backing up Hades speedrun vids. Oh man, oh man. Alright, I don't know how long that may take you to do, so why don't I just hop in for a little bit here. And conveniently, what is this? Player 2 is already set up for the Pyre Hearts? It's amazing. I mean, it wasn't my name in there, but... Oh, and also let me plug my controller in real quick. Let me make sure that I am player 2. Yep, okay. That's great. Alright, and I would like to have Customize on, preferably. Oh, and look at this. Artemis Fowl is already choosing exiles here. Okay. What would you like to see? Phaler is Crone, Demon, Imp. And Cur, Sap, Nomad. Okay, is it in that order specifically, or just any order for those 3 types of characters? Any order? Okay. In that case, let's get started. We'll throw in a free sermon intro. Keep it festive. Oh. Hold on. We gotta get some thrash packing in here. You're right. That is correct. I got you, Rumi. Don't worry.
Welcome, exiles. Welcome to the cairn of Harub. Each of you seeks to be free from this forsaken land. Let us determine which of you is the super.
The right can wait. The thrash rack must happen. Also, in Barker's home arena, mind you. So fitting. Okay, so as a reminder, that was Crone, Demon, Imp for you, Phaler. Now I'm Cur, Sap, Nomad. So, oh, look at that. Phaler did go all the way down for the Crone salute, so that is a problem. That is definitely a problem. Especially since, not necessarily, well, he's not going to be able to go triple Crone with triple salute, so at least there's not that. And even if that were the case, I do have a Sap, so I could theoretically take some rekindling. But I think in the first spot here, probably going to go with my Cur. And I mean, if we're at the cairn and we're going thrash pack, it's got to be Barker, right? It's just got to be Barker. Now we're talking. That is correct. Alright, so then Phaler's going to Imp. So yeah, this is interesting. There are definitely... Do you take all the masteries on that? a second there, it looked like you might have touched. No, you did. Okay, cool. For a second, I thought you missed some. But yeah, there. I mean, on both teams, there's sort of a designated scorer, and then, at least in my case, certainly 2 designated defenders. And you know, I'll go with a little bit of the underrepresented characters. Normally, for the Nomads, we would tend to see either Hedwyn or Snadra. I'll go with the rare Lendl pick here. And I'm thinking... Let's see, Phaler is prone. Him. Yeah, we'll go shotgun. Question is, do I also go for shoulder smash or not? iRotor, really? Lendl is your go-to? I didn't remember that. I guess I don't... We don't see you take Nomads very often, do we, iRotor? Oftentimes it's Vids Palef. It's an Imp. Those tend to be your 2 staples. And then Palmas if you're going with a Zap. I'll go with the Sacred Pawn. But of course, Goals Bracer. But iRotor, why? Alright, then it's a demon. That's the last one. I didn't remember what that last one was supposed to be for Phaler. Okay, that is a meta demon. That Ignarius is going to be very dangerous. Vanishing with the throws and being able to throw more quickly. For that reason, I think taking Sacred Bond with Lendl is probably worthwhile. And my last one is a Sap. And for that, I mean, I am no nutrition stick expert. So that's going to be a tough one for me. I don't really think I can go that route. I think I probably need to play it a little bit safer and instead focus on other things. Do I go for the Numbing Gust? I mean, we were talking about how those banishing throws from Ignarius could be a problem, so maybe that's another way to sort of make up for that. I want Sturdy Sapling? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. I did not really think of that one. Okay. Then, like I said, I don't really think I can pull off Nutrition Stick. Just don't think that's a realistic one for me. In which case, I could have gone, possibly even Typhoon Bottle and gone Maximum Rekindling. Go for the Aura, even? Maybe? I don't know, I play Sap so infrequently. I don't really have a go-to strategy for them. But here we go. First ride of the night. Get things started here. You forgot to do one. Fortunately, for me, at least. Go, Palmas! Or not. Or not, Palmas. Oh, that blew us both up. That is unfortunate. Ooh, Lendl with a save. Just gonna chill here for a second. No, I didn't have to stamina us. There it is. Well done. Yeah, Phaler, I imagine on that first one, thought that he had the orb. Oh, you can lags here? Hopefully not.
Yeah, I can't see anything right now. It just froze for me.
Just give it a sec. I can uninvite you, re-invite you if you'd like.
Not yet. Okay, it came back.
Alright. Should we count down and restart, or what would you
yeah,
prefer?
count down.
Alright. So, so I'll do it 3, 2, 1, go, and on go I'll hit resume. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh. There we go. Okay. Ooh, there we go. Just enough momentum. Well done, Barker. Oh, I miss.
In the name of Solium.
Barker did not want to sprint. I don't know why. Oh, Lendl is still in here. I did not realize this would be... Why are none of my characters sprinting right now?
Brilliantly done. Now then.
No! Oh, Lendl with the last minute save. Oh, I needed to jump there. Oh, I thought I had the large enough forward to pull that one off. Apparently, I did not. Uh-oh. There's a weird freeze frame there. Ooh, double banishment. Ruh-bro. That's no good.
Utterly brazen. Now end the ceremony.
Nope.
Orbs unclaimed again.
Hide behind Palmas if you can. I saw that one coming. No!
Beyond all reason.
But the rekindling saves me, at least for now. Oh no, but there's the salute. I can slow it. I didn't realize you could do this actually. Can I sort of body block you with them? Or are you just walking back and forth a bit? I mean, it doesn't really help you if you can't bring them
You
back.
can body block, but like it's not very effective.
Yeah, I mean, if you
I was
had
just
someone
doing
coming
finger expands
back,
you.
yeah, like maybe if you had someone coming back from banishment, you were just trying to buy enough time for them to come back to be your one person with an aura. I guess, but that seemed pretty unreliable. GG.
Until the next rite.
Okay, so I can stick around. However, my preference, of course, would be to get some people in here other than myself. So if anyone is interested and available, my preference would be to pass the reins over to you.
Irwin probably has some minutes left of upload still.
Yeah, don't know how Arumi is doing with the uploading. If you are still in mid-uploading process, then I can continue. YouTube says 6 minutes at 80%. Alright, that sounds like another right then. Artemis Fowl, thanks, but no thanks. But is there anything in particular that people would like to see in this next match, this next right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now I'm scared. It looks like...
got there first.
Yeah, it looks like a Nor got there first by the looks of things. Taylor goes Curs. I go with Worms. Okay. That's an interesting one. Playing to some of the classes that we both tend to lean fairly heavily on. On the fall of Solium as well. Just to make it a little more epic. Okay. And then Artemis Fowl, we can get you for the next one, don't worry.
The fate shall take on the Pyre hearts.
You change the songs. Oh, if you'd like to for the next one,
Who
for sure.
shall conduct the rites?
Alright, so of course, Taylor's going all Curs here. I'm going all Worms. And there are definitely some similarities between those two classes. They tend to be more the classes that people lean on offensively. It's been a while since I last played the triple Worm setup. It's been a while since I last played, to tell you the truth.
Sir Gilman.
Stick with Exiles for the next fight. Alright, just let us know, remind us when we're starting that next one up. Ooh, Luminous Idol is an interesting one. Okay, so the bottom worm is always Lady River, and she is always one with prayer beads.
Exile.
That Titan Tooth. That could be an issue. And then lastly, on the top, got the Deluge. And with him, we'll make things go boom.
It's a deluge.
Alright, here we go.
Begin. Oof.
I knew you had Titan Tooth. It actually counts. I did not jump there. I only threw. It still counts as a jump. Interesting. Still summoning the Titan Tooth. I wasn't entirely sure if that would be the case.
There it is.
Ooh, too fast.
The orb is taken.
Ooh, hold on. Attempt number 2 here.
Tis taken.
There we are. And that's the Prayer Beads Worm. That is our preferred plunger, of course.
The orb.
Not so fast there. Oh, so maybe that time, yes.
What the scribes ordained.
Anything that launches you will technically count. Okay, that, I suppose it does make sense.
Another joins your ranks.
Oh, and Core, thanks for the resub. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Trying to distract me mid-right, Core? Alright, Barker is the one with prayer, or not prayer beads, Titan Tooth, right? Fairly certain of this? Oh, I got stuck. That was unfortunate timing.
My.
This is a problem. On several levels, in fact.
Sublime.
Oh, now he's got the dissonance marker.
Your victory is at hand.
Oh, I thought you were gonna jump. And that time... Oh, hold on. He did get a throw off, but it was pretty far away. Definitely not enough.
Ouch. Into the adversary's flame.
Oh, what? That was not my closest worm you just passed it to. Thank you very much. I set that up. That was the plan. The game had other thoughts. Retro. Ooh, I did not think you were going to make it all the way in there. GG.
Good game.
The fate prevailed.
Needs your
It
emote.
was as though the scribes
Now you got it back.
themselves stood by their side. The rite is complete.
That is probably the longest ever triple curve versus triple worm right.
Until the next rite.
Okay. Let us reset here.
Rumi's
and
in
Rumi-
now.
Yeah, Rumi's saying probably available at this stage. So why don't I swap out and we can put Arumi instead of me. And Arumi, who would you like to be today? You want to be the Essence, the Dissidents? What are you feeling? Dissidents? Okay. There we are, and let me see if you are showing up yet on the Steams. That you are. Alright, invite sent to you, Arumi. Let's change you around here as well. Oh, let me unplug my controller, just so I'm not messing with anything. And chat, let us know if there's anything you want to see in particular between Phaler and Arumi. Of course, Phaler's now had a couple of rites to warm up, whereas this is Arumi's first one of the day. So, up to you how merciful you're feeling. Oh, in fact, yes, we did have that request from Artemis Fowl for Exiles, so we're getting in the information now. Arumi is playing Chonkers. Demon, Crone, Sap. And Phaler gets the small boys. Imp, Cur, and Worm. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, Arumi, those are, I mean, at least some of those are certainly classes that you tend to like to take anyway. And Crones are usually your favorite, right? Oh yeah, why do you customize off? Turn that on. Definitely. That would be mean. Yeah, so Arumi still gets the Crones, Phaler still gets the Curs, so both players at least getting one of their, certainly, if not top choice, at least among their top choices. So why don't we leave it at that? And let's get started. Oh, I hear the water. It's the boat. It is the boat.
Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
Alright, so Arumi's got the small boys. Or rather, Phaler's got the small boys. Arumi's got the Chonkers. And that means Phaler can take what is oftentimes his number one, or his first exile of choice. So, not many differences there. And perhaps the same could be said here for Arumi. Just hearing Arumi say that the Crones are his favorite class, so that's not the question mark. The question mark, I think, is as we start to get later down on the list, and we start to see characters that we don't see these players use as often. I mean, Phaler actually gets 2 out of 3 of his Fates team here, so that's certainly still familiar territory for him. Whereas Arumi, looking at a Sap now, that may not necessarily have been Arumi's preferred choice here. Arumi was saying 2 out of the 3 of the requested exiles would be ones that he would like. So whether that one that he would prefer not to have had is the Sap or his next one, we'll just have to see. And Phaler has a Worm in the last spot, and this is a class that Phaler is certainly familiar with playing. Just tends to use the exploding worms when he's going with the Oralek plus Savage setup. And obviously that's not what he's doing here. So it's kind of a mixture of the two teams we tend to see from Phaler. And then in the last spot we have a Demon from Arumi. So Phaler, of course, has the speed with the little characters, like Dalbert, as we're seeing right here. Whereas Arumi has the large auras, so perhaps a question of offense in Phaler's case versus defense in Arumi's case. So, unstoppable force versus immovable object? We'll just have to see which one emerges victorious. That is, of course, the exploding worm. So not that easy to get rid of it. Oh, and there goes Arumi with what I have to imagine will be his preferred score, Bertrude. Oh, and Dalbert sneaks past there for a 20 score plunge. Yeah, because on Arumi's side, hard to score with Volfred, hard to score with Jodariel, or at least their lack of mobility does make things tough. On the boat, it is possible to get some huge jumps from Jody, but it is not necessarily something that you can consistently rely upon. Oh, and look at this portal as well for Phaler. That is awfully close to Arumi's Pyre. Phaler nearly made that one in with Dalbert. There is Phaler going through that portal, and Arumi making moves there with Bertrude, but she goes down. Deluge. He explodes, remember? So whether this is actually an attempt to score or just an attempt to sabotage Arumi's team, not entirely sure. Here comes Bertrude. She can't quite get enough on the jump to make it in. Phaler doesn't want to make any moves with that imp, otherwise he risks losing that portal position, and he probably does want to keep that. Oh, but look at this! He'll certainly take this opportunity. thinking about it, but has the Numbing Gust active, so he cannot throw the orb, and didn't want to score with the imp, because that means he would have lost said imp. So he's waiting to get Delbert back, because he has prayer beads, but he was on the other side of the arena, so couldn't get him in time for the score. Big banishment there from Arumi. Jody can't make it in, though, past Raji, and there is that big portal. Like we were saying, right where Phaler wanted it, and that sets up the Delbert plunge. And one more could do the trick here for Phaler, unless Arumi has some rekindling, which is what we see right here. So now, one score from Phaler could do the trick. And Arumi stops Delbert that time. Bertrude again, likely Arumi's preferred scorer. But the problem is, with those jumps, and because, as we were saying, it's no mystery that Bertrude is the one who's going to be Arumi's offensive force. Phaler knows what to expect here, although, nonetheless, Arumi's still able to find a way to sneak in for a 30 damage plunge here. And Bertrude does have prayer beads, so she is coming back. Though Phaler plunges for the winning score.
GG.
Well played.
The ceremony is complete.
No worries, Core. See you in a little bit. Alright, let's head on back.
Until the stars align.
Alright, and chat, let us know if there's anything else you want to see between these two. Nora saying maybe Sap in the third place would have been better. I would be curious to see. I mean, it's a total wild card, but just trying the crazy meme demon jumps from using that little patch of water near your own pyre and seeing if you can get a little lucky and launch yourself the entire length of the arena and into the opposing pyre, or at least close to the opposing pyre, because you definitely can catch your opponent off guard. I mean, it's one thing if, like, when I'm playing demons on the boat, I'm basically looking to do it every single time, so in that case, my opponent probably knows it's coming and probably just loads everyone up next to the pyre, ready to defend. But if you mix it in every now and again and your opponent doesn't see it coming, then maybe even if you don't make it straight into the pyre, you have enough time and space that you can still walk a few steps and make it in. Oh yeah, and the boat, starting with the other character when you're player 2, that is tough. Yeah, I did just hear someone disconnecting there. Okay, yeah, let me get you back here, Rumi. Okay, invite sent. And yeah, chat, let us know if there's anything else you want to see between these two. Otherwise, we'll just hop in and have them take whatever they want to take. Artemis found. No, don't do it. Don't do it. That's so cruel. Oh no, he's requesting exiles. Has he done it? Is he actually doing it? No, please, no. What have I done to deserve this? We all wait in anticipation of what monstrosity Artemis Fowl is about to unleash. And perhaps Arumi disconnects again in anticipation, so much so that says, no thanks. Let me get you back here, although, I mean, if it is all saps, then maybe there is reason to turn and run. Artemis Val, have you officially made that call yet? I know you were talking about triple saps, and then you made the request. Yeah, might be worth restarting Steam Rumi just to make sure. In case it's being, you know, maybe it's being its usual finicky self. Alright, but it sounds like Rumi's on it. So yeah, Artemis Val, what is the ruling on that Exile's request? Arumi has a Nomad, a Harp, and a Demon. Baylor has a Cur, a Crone, and a Savage. Yeah, I would say in both cases, that's a team that both players should be fairly comfortable with at least 2, if not 3 characters that they like to use frequently. Rumi says, yeah, that's my 3rd favorite setup. Alright then, let's get going. Let's try it out.
The Fate versus the Dissidents. Welcome.
Alright, so again, for Phaler, that's Cur,
Conduct the rites.
Crone, and Savage. So I would say certainly Cur and Savage, very familiar territory for Phaler. He does also use Crones fairly often, although I think, generally speaking, when we see Phaler use Crones... Oh, what happened to... Hold on. What happened to Rumi? Ah, there we go. Why does it keep on turning Customize off on a Rumi? That's the second time that's happened to him. We're not pressing the button, I don't think.
The Fate shall now face.
No worries, Rumi. We gotcha. Yeah, what I was saying was, although we have seen Phaler use Crones
Who shall conduct
fairly often, certainly not his top, or maybe not his second team either, but maybe 3rd team might see Phaler use some Crones, but I think that generally, when he does use them, he uses them as a primary scorer, and so in some cases it may sort of be either a Crone or a Cur, or something along those lines, because Phaler's team is certainly very offensively oriented here. And he did take the quick throwing talisman on that Crone, which makes it a little tough for the Savage here, because that is typically what we see Phaler, and by typically I mean just about 100% of the time, what we see Phaler take on his Savages. So what do you go with instead? I was thinking about the Web Lanthorn, which would perhaps be, would, if he were to go this route, mean much more of a defensive strategy. We were just talking about how this is definitely a more offensive team, at least from a character class standpoint. Titan Tooth, though, can be a little bit flexible. You can use that either defensively or offensively. So it'll be interesting to see how Phaler puts that armor to use. And as we were saying, Harumi was talking about how this team comes quite naturally to him. And Dalbert with Prayer Beads, no surprises there.
Dalbert.
Harumi and Artemis Fowl going back and forth about why or why not to use triple saps. Alright, that is a demon in the last spot for Harumi, and here we go. Phaler is going to try to throw with Bertrude. Remember, that's who we took the quick throwing talisman on. And those throws are, by and large, unblockable. Oh, and that imp did not do Harumi any favors there. I think that throw is short. Yeah, Harumi can still pick that one up. And he's going with the Flappy Harp. And that Titan Tooth is certainly an effective tool against high jumping or flying characters like Harps. And that helps set up the Dalbert score here for Phaler. Here comes Pamitha again, and does make it in this time. And she had Prayer Beads, so she is back already. Snadra, gets banished here. Pamitha's back. And Harp pushes, but then tries to fly in, and the Titan Tooth does kick in here, stunning her, and she gets banished. Artemis Val, are you referring to the Flappy Bird Pamitha when you say that? And I'm assuming this is somebody who's getting a little bit laggy here. You have no connection. That would... I assume that means that although Steam Roleplay still thinks you are connected, any moment now it's going to realize that you're not actually here anymore. Why don't I make it official and I'll kick you and re-invite you? How's that sound? Yeah, I mean... kind of with you on that one. We have done some tests with it. I think it might have been Lag who went in and verified, you know, do you actually get any benefit out of doing that? Do you save any stamina in the process? Because that's the theory, at least, is that by doing that, you are not technically flying for the entirety of that duration, and therefore you don't use stamina quite as quickly, so by extension you can fly for longer duration. And I think that Lag did verify that is in fact the case, but at what cost? If you lose all your dignity in the process, is it really worth it? Yeah, Rumi, is this any better now? Is it worth giving it a shot to finish out this ride, or do you feel like it's just time to wave the white flag and say, enough is enough, this doesn't look like it's going to work? Alright, let's try finishing out this rite, and then if it feels like it's still quite questionable, then we'll definitely look to swap you out. Let's see if we can do it. So I'll go 3, 2, 1, go, and on go I'll hit resume. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, and well, that was a throw from Phaler that was mid-flight when we paused, apparently. So it just makes it in there for 30 damage. Here is Bertrand, and she plunges here for 30 damage plunge, and that's enough for Phaler to take the victory.
GG, Rumi. Sorry for the issues.
Thus end this night's proceedings.
Alright, so let's head on back. And yeah, Rumi, so I just heard the disconnection sound. I assume that was a Rumi deciding, yeah, at this stage, enough's enough. That probably, you know, it's not really working out, connection-wise. Don't give players crones. Noted. So, in that case, is there anyone who would like to jump in here? Because we should have an opening. Oh, sorry, I just headbutted my microphone aggressively. I apologize. Yeah, unfortunate. Sorry to hear that, but hopefully, we could try testing, see if we can get you back in later today, Rumi. If it seems like maybe it might get better, or, you know, there's always next week. Worst comes to worst, we can try it then. Okay. Yeah, hopefully we get the chance to get you back in later in that case. But either way, that does mean that we have an opening for the moment. Is there anyone who would like to hop in here? Anor's in? Awesome. Alright. Let me send you an invite here, Anor. Alright, invite sent. Let me start typing in your information as well. Nightwings for you today, Nor? Is that right? I assume, at least. Let's make sure Anor is the one on mouse keyboard. Alright, let's just make sure controls-wise that this looks correct to you. And while we're doing that, chat, if there's anything you want to see between these two, let us know. This is, of course, Anor's first ride of the night, so, you know, you can be merciful and give her a chance to warm up, or you can just throw the craziest, wackiest possible request out there and make her suffer. Oh, yes. Let me do that. There you go. No problem. All harps coming from Cam. I was gonna say, if that's coming from anyone, it ought to be Cam, and it is. All harps. Yeah, that's actually a class that we don't see Phaler use very often. I don't think we see... I'm trying to think of how often we see Anor use it. I don't think very often for her either. So that, I mean, which is a strange thing to say, because harps oftentimes are quite popular, but I think we might have found a couple players who at least tend not to use them in their most featured teams. Yeah, so this will be an interesting experiment. Let's see how this happens. Let's see how this works out. Oh, that is right. We saw Anor experimenting a bit recently with the harp salute. And I'll tell you, this is a very good arena for the harp salute.
Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
Then again, harp salute with an all-harp team maybe defeats the purpose a bit. But we'll see what direction these two opt to go in. Okay, Anor going with, ooh, the Bright Wisp, which is a talisman that I may be the only person who uses that regularly, and when I do, it is specifically with worms. Not a talisman you tend to see very much outside of that, though. So we'll have to see what Anor has in mind. It's the one that automatically passes the orb to a teammate if your character has the orb and gets banished. Now we're going with a Speedy Tamitha here. And it does take the salute. Interesting. It takes prayer beads on her. Which is perhaps a little counterintuitive. If you're moving toward the pyre and then use the salute to bring that character away from the pyre, then suddenly your prayer beads character is on the opposite end and is no longer the one that is about to score. If anything, you'd think maybe the other way around might be preferable, but let's see what Anor has in mind. And an exploding Zoxiana may be what we see in this last spot here. Alright, and here we go. Bring on the Flappy Birds. Now, I'm not sure we're going to see it from either player here, but certainly lots of harps. And lots of charging into each other. Tamitha here for Anor. She goes down. Together with Tamitha. Makes it in for a 20 damage plunge. And she did have prayer beads, so Phaler is still at full strength here.
Welcome.
Oh, and that's Sailor with the banishment there. There's a free throw here for 20 damage. Both players trying to cast into each other. But Nor still has it. But only has Tamitha at the moment. Oh, and that's a Titan Tooth, which, especially with all these flying characters, very relevant. Tamitha, oh, going for the throw there. Didn't see that one coming. Banishes the defender, picks the orb back up, gives it up to Tamitha, who does the salute. He does it again. Although, in doing so, basically just sacrifices her teammate. Tamitha. Against Tamitha. Now Zoxiana for Phaler. Back over to Tamitha. She's blocked. Free orb here. Enough room for Tamitha? No, not quite enough. Nor able to recover in time. Oh, and still has Tamitha here. Plunging for 20, and she did have prayer beads, remember. So that is Anora's preferred score, and worked out well that she was the one closest to the Pyre. Tamitha, the only one here at the moment for Anor, so trying to play a little bit defensively. Bide some time and does the switch. Bring Tamitha out here, but once again, basically just sacrifices her sister in the process. And Zoxiana actually fends off the defender that time, but Tamitha still has it. 1v1, and does make it in. Again, it's the preferred score for Anor, so that is quite alright with her. Tamitha, once again by herself here. Anor retreats, banishes one, then gets banished, but has Tamitha and Zoxiana back now. Anor with Zoxiana, against Zoxiana. She goes down. Tamitha has the orb, but runs out of stamina here. Taylor chasing down the other harps. There's the sacrificial lamb. Sacrificial switch with Tamitha, which Anor has done on a few occasions here. Phaler plunging for 20, dropping Anor down to 20, and that means one more score for Phaler is all he would need. Tamitha. Oh, look at the area of effect on that fell swoop there. I thought that Anor was in the clear, but not so. Tamitha is back, though. Not for long. She has certainly been the centerpiece for Anor. Tamitha runs out of stamina here, and that is not the best of timing. Had an opening toward the Pyre, but just needed the speed to make it in there. Tamitha, the only defender right now, gets her sister back. Tamitha sneaks in with a winning plunge.
GG.
GG? Oh, you think it was the lock on the fell swoop that did it?
The rite is done.
Yeah, I noticed that a couple times. Still working on a way to fix that.
So it's basically, if when you're fell swooping, initially you lock onto an opponent by basically just having them in your line of sight, even if they start running away, the fell swoop can theoretically still banish them, even if they should.
Yeah, the explosion will be centered on them instead of you.
Oh,
I figured out a way to
yes.
fix this. And then Curs have a similar thing with explosive temper,
Okay.
where that explosion will center on like a completely different exile rather than the one they just hit. The harp one wasn't actually so difficult to solve. I can send you a patch for that actually in the near future.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I haven't been keeping a terribly close eye on it until I think we were mentioning it a little bit. I forget if it was on the previous stream or if it was in Discord in between streams, but at least now it is certainly more on our radar. Oh, you need to use the lock-on button? Well, that's why I never see it then. I don't think I've ever pressed the lock-on button, at least not personally. But anyways, is there anything that we would like to see for this next rite? And if not, we'll just have them take whatever they want to take. And it's looking like that will be the case here. So why don't we get started? Does the second name work? Oh! Yeah, why is your name not showing up? Hold on. 1 second. Take a look here. Huzzah! In case anyone was wondering, that was Anor in that previous rite.
The Night Wings. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
And no requests here, so take whatever you'd like. We were just talking about how we don't see Phaler take harps very often, but he is doing it here, and you do wonder if perhaps this is possibly even both players now experimenting further. Maybe I hadn't turned it on for Rumi's name. Hopefully I did, but it was me for the first 2 rites on player 2. Then it was Arumi for 2 rites for him as well. And the previous rite was Anor, and obviously Anor is still in now on player 2, whereas player 1 has always been Phaler, but that name has definitely been up. Just to clarify, in case anyone was wondering. Alright, we've got a Speedy Jodariel, and that wraps things up here for this setup. We have a Harper piece, then Phaler complementing that with an Imp and a Crone, whereas Anor, as we can see here, of course, has Jody as well, as her usual Wolfred here. And oh, look at that Harp push, used to perfection there. And there is the salute we were talking about. Also used to perfection there. Swapping places between Pamitha and Jody. Pamitha, of course, being only a 20 damage score, whereas Jody being a 30 damage score. Hence why that switch was beneficial. However, Jody did not have prayer beads, so that means that Anor is down to just Pamitha and Wolfred here for this series. Might make things a little trickier for her. But able to defend with Pamitha. But as she goes down, now it's just Wolfred. And we know Anor is dangerous with him, although he can't escape from Bertrude this time. Pamitha has returned to defend. Bertrude's throw is unblockable and does make it in here. Looks like Phaler cut that ever so slightly short. Whoa! That was interesting. Jody goes down here. Blast is Wolfred. Anor down to now just Pamitha. Bertrude again with the unblockable throw. Does that one have enough on it though? That one's a little bit short. And once again, Pamitha finds herself alone here. Does Anor try to make a move offensively, or does she wait for her other teammates to come back? Looks like she is starting to make a move. Does switch over to Wolfred, who gets a quick throw off here. Once again, the switch. Jody knocks back a defender, but doesn't have enough time or space to make it in this time. Bertrude again does seem to be Phaler's preferred scorer here. Pamitha does the switch. Jody gets stopped and now banished. Pamitha. Ooh, another hard push. Moving the defender out of the way and making her way into the Pyre. Jody. Oh, just misses the mark there. That was an opportunity. Pamitha finishes 1. Oh, and looked like she was close to having a score there as well. Phaler off the mark this time, though. So perhaps still an opportunity for Anor. Yes, she does seize it. Plunging with Wolfred. Jody. She goes down here. Opportunity for Phaler. Orb right next to the Pyre. Question is, does he try to wait because Numbing Gust is active, so he can't throw it until Anor gets someone back, and that is precisely what he does here. Jody switches in defensively. Surprising that. Not usually the use case for that Harp Salute, but it did work. That throw is a little bit off target. Ametha, perhaps waiting for Jody to return. Volfred here, he goes down. Tamitha. She goes down. Ametha goes down, now just Jody. Volfred returns. And we're knocking back one defender. It gets blocked as Jody tries to continue to make her way through. Though banishes two other defenders, now opportunity for Jody. And she plunges for 30. And that drops Phaler down to 7 Pyre life. So one more score here might be all the Nor needs. Doesn't need to be picky, just about anything would do the trick. Even some quick throws might be enough. But that is now Anor defenseless here. Ametha coming back, not quite quickly enough though. So Phaler able to plunge, and now we have ourselves in a bit of a sudden death match. One score for either player should be enough to do it. However, Anor likely has 10 rekindling. It's usually what we find, yes, with her Volfreds. So now we find ourselves in sudden death territory. There's the switches with Volfred this time. Again, only needs a quick throw. And that's enough. Anor takes the win.
Good game.
GG. That was a close one.
If I hadn't missed those throws for no reason, if only.
The rite is ended.
Well played, you two. Let's head on back.
Until the next rite.
Those crone throws are hard to aim, that's true. They are, if you put the quick throwing talisman on, they are quite quick. They do have decent range, and they are, of course, by and large, unblockable. Getting the aim down is it's a little tough at times, especially if you're trying to rush them. Alright, thanks for stopping by, Arumi. We'll catch you later. Yeah, I mean, speaking of plunging with crones, I think that is generally Arumi's strategy, and Arumi was saying how crones are his favorite characters, so there's certainly a use case for them as well. But for the most part, we tend to see people prioritize the throwing rather than the plunging with the crones. So, is there anything we would like to see for this next one between Phaler and Anor? Yeah, there was that, right, the teleportation where, I think it was, what, was it with your Hamatha, Anor? Or was it Jody who just kind of somehow teleported from close to your Pyre all the way to just north of Phaler's Pyre? Wasn't sure how that happened. Yeah, it was Pam. I think part of me was wondering, like, maybe is it another one of those locking on with the fell swoop things? But I'm pretty sure you had the orb at the time, so I don't think that was the case. And you didn't salute, and even if you did salute, it would have been somebody else shooting forward, not Pamitha. Oh, you know what I was thinking was, what if, I mean, this would have been if you had saluted, but even then it wouldn't have exactly lined up. I guess I was wondering if, even this would be so impossible on so many levels, but at least what crossed my mind was somehow using the Harp Salute as Volfred was about to blink. So Volfred was about to change positions, so maybe the switch... it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean, though. But anyways, is there anything we'd like to have for this next match, or should we just have these two take whatever they want to take? Alright, seeing no requests, let's get going here.
The fate shall confront the Night Wings. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
Alright, and Baylor leading off with Prayer Beads Dalbert.
Dalbert.
May mean he's planning on his All-Fate team here. And Anor sticking with left side Pamitha here. Did see her pull off several, I think, of those salutes.
Exile.
And it was with Jody, generally being on the receiving end of the teleportation. Oh no, Phaler mixing up a little bit here. Not all fate. I think we did see him use this general setup when we saw previously one of the requests in which we were saying, well, it's not quite his usual setup. It's sort of a combination of two teams they would generally take. Phaler goes back to it here, and Anor rounds things out with, of course, the futuristic Bullfred. So here we go. And with the first one to the Pyre, first one to the Orb, I should say, and then switches over with Jodariel. She goes down, though. Deluge. He's blocked and flies back quite a ways. Ametha going the northern route now. Switches with Jody, but she goes down. Dalbert, he's blocked. Tent number 2. He's blocked, but he's still there. Ametha. She's blocked and banished. Dalbert again. He goes down. Jody. She goes down. Does Pamitha back at the moment for Anor. Perhaps opportunity for Phaler to push the issue. Can't sneak in with Dalbert. Does Jody here for Anor. Now Pamitha back. Starts moving forward with her, and of course can do the switch with the salute, and did do that. So we saw Jody go down there, not Pamitha. That was an interesting change of direction on that cast from Pamitha. She's back with it here. Then Jody. Dalbert sneaks in and nearly makes it all the way to the Pyre. It's a defensive showdown to start things off here. Makes you wonder if, once someone does break through, if suddenly the floodgates will open. And it is Anor who strikes first here with a quick throw there from Bullfred. And as you might imagine, when it seems as though both players struggling to score there, it is a quick throw that is the one that starts us off. Dalbert does make it in this time. Ametha. Who does the switch and once again sacrifices Jody. Dalbert back at it. He's blocked though. Still in it though. Anor gets the orb back here. And switches with Jody. And knocks back the defenders. That's the combo she's looking for. But bear in mind, when she does pull off that combo, Jody does not have prayer beads, so she's out for the next series. Doesn't stop her from plunging here with Bullfred, though. So Nor building some momentum. And as we were saying, it just seemed like somebody needed to break the ice. And then once that happened, then all the scoring would come flooding in. That may be what we're starting to see here. Baylor willing to just sacrifice Deluge. Momentarily we saw Nor defenseless there, but has enough time to bring Jody back, and actually, she can make it all the way in here. And that drops Phaler down to 8. Someone get a little laggy here. Sounds from that...
Yeah, we're getting, like, freezes all over the place. I think whatever's happening to Rumi is happening to me, too.
I wonder if maybe remote play is, on the whole, perhaps misbehaving today. It sounds like from that message there, Nora's doing relatively okay, so at least on one end, hopefully things are still holding up. Wolfred here.
A weak attempt, and yet it hit
And
the mark.
look at that, drops Phaler down to 1 Pyre life, which means takes 1 score here, and well, Anor follows up with a winning plunge.
The Night Wings prevailed.
GG.
They vastly outperformed their adversaries.
GG.
Thus end this night's proceedings.
Alright, let's head on back.
Until the stars align.
Okay, so, and Phaler, just to check in on you, so how you feeling? You could stick around? You feel like what you were experiencing there is no thanks?
It was pretty bad, but I've had decent games so far, so I'm going to stick around for a little
Okay,
while longer.
yeah, hopefully that one was just a fluke. And hopefully it does go back to what you were experiencing before in that case. Yeah, it's, I mean, part of it is relying on some, I don't know what word you want to use to describe the state of remote play, but using remote play and then the whole fact that, at least in some cases, we're remote playing with people across an ocean, and in some cases, you could make the case pretty close to being on the opposite sides of the world. Not quite in this case, although this might be just about as close as we get to that. Ooh, and look at that. Anor requests turning Customize off. Alright, and as we have tended to ask ourselves as of late, when we're turning Customize off in this instance, are we saying we just rush straight ahead and we find out along the way, or are we
Absolutely
gonna...
rush straight ahead. That's what I'm doing.
Phaler's going rushing straight ahead. I suppose that means, Anor, if you want to take a minute to try to figure out what you have, you can try, although Phaler we'll try to push the issue here. Phaler with a Nomad, a Worm, and a Sap, Anor with 2 Crones and a Worm. Phaler first one with the Orb here. Gets blocked, though. And now banished. Anor with Vorfrit. Oh, has Curve, as it turns out. That works well. Gives her some extra damage when plunging. And we also see that Anor has some additional starting Pyre life. So must have that in the Talisman slot on one of her characters. Not gonna lie, out of the corner of my eye for a second, I thought that was Lendl, not Palmas, so I was very confused when I saw Lendl create a sapling. But here is Phaler. Plunging for, or throwing for 10. Vorfrit down. Udmilda versus Lendl. Takes out Lendl. Free orb still. Single banishment there from Udmilda. She goes down. Lady River. She makes it in, this time with the plunge for 15. And no prayer beads there. She's gone for this series. That throw is unblockable, but I don't think it has the range on it. So Phaler has it now. With, oh, look at that range from Palmas. Ooh, Vorfrit nearly made it in there, but she goes down. Udmilda gives it a shot here. She makes it in for 30. Pyroder says that's got to be a quick cast. Oh, is that? I think that was Anor just checking to see if she had the Crone Salute, which she did not, but does still manage to make it in here. Lady River. That's actually both players have Lady River as their worm. Interestingly enough. Vorfrit goes down. And it looks like Udmilda, well, did we establish, was it Udmilda or was it Vorfrit who has the Curfang? So obviously, we see Udmilda here is not casting through those barriers. It does not have the legendary Crone Talisman. Vorfrit. Trying to find a way past Lendl, but Phaler is mirroring every step that Vorfrit takes. Banishes both of those Crones. And has time here to throw this one in. No signs of leech from that Lendl there. There is one of those masteries all the way down on the left side that gives you some leech from the nomads, but not in this case. Then follows up with a 14 damage throw from Lady River. Milda down. Okay, we do have heroic stand on Lady River on Anora's side, but Phaler nonetheless gets a 15 damage throw off here. Phaler building some momentum. That throw looked like it might have been off target. It was. Not far away, though. Forfeit. She goes down. Almas. So now Lady River, I would think... Whoa. How'd she end up in there? Looked like she teleported for a second there. But I would think that is Phaler's preferred scorer. Milda. Lendl rushes her down. No power cast from Lendl. Or at least none of the crazy Gold Bracer power casts. Can't make it in here. I would think that in this situation, Lendl would be Phaler's backup, now that he no longer has access to Lady River. When it comes to offensively, at least. Forfeit. And Phaler may have some rekindling here. That he does, for sure. Pyre called it. Oh, and Milda sneaks in there for 30 damage. Phaler. 15 damage on the throw. Makes things nearly even here, although Anor can win this one in one score with either of the crones, whereas Phaler would need 2 scores unless he's hiding some extra damage on someone that we don't yet know about, but I don't think that's the case. That throw there from Lady River does change the equation significantly, though, because now anyone on Phaler's side could win it with 1 score, and that is exactly what he does with Lady River.
Good game.
GG.
I thought for certain they would not. The rite is ended.
So that was an interesting one. I definitely did not manage to figure out all of the things that you had going on with your characters. Obviously, the Kerfang was pretty straightforward. On Anor's side, we saw that Phaler had the full rekindling from the sap. So the extra damage on the crones, but other than that, was somewhat difficult to tell. Kerfang Crone is painful. I mean, that's a lot of damage. So is there anything we would like to see for this next one? If not, I mean, at the very least, let's throw Customize back on before we forget. Didn't check for the worm salute. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's at least in my case, one that I find is hard to use unless you have deliberately made a plan to do so. It's kind of a hard one to just randomly throw in there. Phaler turns Customize back off. And Will of the Scribes. Okay, let's make that happen. Ho ho ho! Anor does it once. Phaler follows up with round 2. And what do we have this time? We're at the spring. We have a cur, an imp, and a worm. That is very familiar territory for Phaler. We have a savage, a crone, and a harp for Anor. And you saw Anor immediately seeing she had this loot and unfortunately did not. So she just locked herself into an animation that did her no good. Gareth goes down there. Looked for a second like he may have had the mastery that allows him to have to sprint indefinitely. Tamitha does have the salute there. Just switched with Gareth. Oh, and it is Lady River specifically, once again. Oh, Black Heart we just saw on one of Anor's exiles. I couldn't quite tell which one it was, though. Lady River once more. This one looks a little bit wide. Winged Fury as well on Tamitha here. There's the switch. And it does work with the Crones. We saw Nord trying to do that setup with a demon previously, but it's the same general idea here. Taylor continuing to put on the pressure, though, with the Lady River throws. Dalbert. Don't know what we know about Dalbert yet. I have not taken note of how many jumps he's been able to do. That was at least 2 with that one, though, was it not? I don't know if we've seen Taylor do 3 with him yet. That was C's chance, which gives extra damage. That's 25 on that plunge there. And Lady River is just pouring it on here. And Phaler finishes it with the Dalbert plunge.
Good game.
GG.
I'm pretty sure I got the optimized Dalbert, masteries-wise at least.
Was it? Did you triple jump
Yeah.
there? I couldn't tell.
I did.
Yeah, I think it was an infinite energy Savage on Anor's side. That much I could tell.
Until the next rite.
Alright, let's reset ourselves here. And let us know if there's anything that we would like to see for this next one. Amanda would be pleased. But only if they also had leeching talismans. True, true. Alright, not seeing any requests from chat here, so in the absence of those, we'll go back to having Customize on, and we'll have these two take whatever teams they would like to take. And Phaler, how has it been with remote play past couple of rights? Has it been a little better now?
I don't know, it looked like it was just a one-time thing. With Arumi, it was performing
Okay.
just fine.
Knock
It was
on
just
wood.
that one right where we got something spotty, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I think that probably just further reinforces that it may be something remote play-wise where it's having little blips here and there. Interesting. So Almer, definitely a character that we do see Phaler take often, but it's usually with the quick throwing talisman. Not with prayer beads, so this is a plunging Almer rather than a throwing Almer. Whereas Anor, instead going with a throwing stowaway. It did take the salute, so that may be a ninja stowaway there. And then Phaler goes with Rajin in the second spot. That is his usual character in the second spot on his All-Fate team. So the question will be, does he still go with Dalbert in that last spot, or does he go with something entirely different? And I think this is the first time we've seen Anor voluntarily take a Savage today. I think we did see her take one randomly when we had Customized turned off. But let's see. Phaler perhaps doubling down on the Imps. Thinking Titan Tooth on Messenger Imp for the stuns.
Messenger imp.
See how that influences what Anor takes on her last pick here. She follows suit with an imp of her own. That is a super portal imp, giving infinite stamina to anyone who goes through those portals. This looks like almost a iRotor setup here. What with the fully charged up, fully powered portals, plus demons. Maybe less so on the Savage side of things, but Almer down. Here's the stowaway. Alright, and I heard her was saying there might be a way to block the salute, which is interesting. Tiso suddenly rather lonesome. He goes down, but has just enough time to give it to the stowaway here. Nearly makes it in. But that means no one is left here for an orb. Oh, gets Jody back just in time, though. And knocks Almer back to the other side of the universe. Looking for that portal, makes it through. She now has infinite stamina. Oh, and that would have been dangerous, because, of course, demons with infinite stamina are extremely quick. Stowaway goes down. Tiso takes out one of the other imps. Stowaway's back here. And wants to go through that portal. Actually, Jody does manage to sneak through, even though Phaler is guarding it. And has a character that is right next to Anora's Pyre. That means, okay, she does get rid of him. Raji. Tricky thing here for Phaler is that he has a very defensive team here with 2 imps. So it's going to be hard to score on him. This might be a good opportunity here for Anora, though. She plunges here with the stowaway. Question for Phaler is going to be, is Almer and Almer alone enough offense to get the job done? This time, yes. Stowaway nabs the orb, but then goes down. Here is Almer again. He can't make it in this time. That's a big explosion there. Stowaway takes the orb and goes through the portal, getting infinite stamina. But can't make it past Raji. Big cast there, though. Tiso back to defend. He stops Almer. And moves that portal a little bit closer to Phaler's Pyre, now roughly in the middle of the arena. Almer has a lot of room here, but Stowaway comes back just in time, as does Tiso. Jody, thinking about it. Ooh, and does knock back the defenders. Oh, but goes down there. Stowaway versus Almer. Oh, and Almer just hops over her head into the Pyre. Jody trying to avoid Messenger Imp there. Stowaway gets blocked before she can make it in and was about to banish the last of the defenders, but they beat her to the punch, and that was an amazing jump there from Almer. Jody. Tiso perhaps trying to set up a portal for Jody. She now has one. Remember, that gives her infinite stamina, but she goes down, so she can't really take advantage of it. Tiso back. But Almer makes it in, nonetheless.
The fate prevails.
GG.
Most excellently done this time, I must admit. The rite is complete.
Alright, let's head on back.
I'm ready to swap out for someone else. I think I've been here about an hour.
Alright,
So
is there
fair game.
anyone in chat who would like to swap in for Phaler here? And Anora, just to check in on you, I know you've not been in as long as Phaler, but are you good to stick around? Alright, Anora's still good, but that means we're looking for 1, in that case, to swap in for Phaler.
I'll stick in for one more. We'll
Okay.
wait for someone to volunteer.
Alright. So chat, let that be known if you need a second to prepare yourself. Take a minute. Phaler will go for 1 more round, and then after that we'll look to swap him out for someone else. Let us know if there, in that case, if there's anything you want to see between Phaler and Anora. You're like, I don't know, Lids. I need quite a bit of time. Let's do something that makes this next rite take especially long. I don't know, I mean, you could. You could. Alright, but not seeing anything here, so it looks like we're just in for your standard rite.
The fate shall now face the Night Wings. Welcome. shall conduct the rites.
Alright, so it's Dalbert first, with prayer beads, and on the Book of Rites, those curs are dangerous because they don't need to go far before they can start their triple hopping spree and make it directly into the pyre. Alright, it's prayer beads, Pamtha, all left side, so she does have the salute for Nor. And Raji in the second spot, so Baylor at least on pace for his All Fate team. And Jody. So this seemingly the harp swap into Jody combo that we were seeing Anora use previously. And then, oh, interestingly, they're going with the range throw talisman rather than the quick throw talisman on Almer. And Anora going with the lose, or I should say, nutrition stick. Dalbert, blocked and banished here. Ooh, but Almer teleports to the orb and tries to throw that one in, but it gets intercepted. Jody knocks Almer back, but Raji is there to get rid of her. Dalbert sneaks in, score for 20. Ametha, which is with Jody. Jody knocks back one defender, but Dalbert was still there and able to defend. Dalbert blocked. Attempt number 2. Attempt number 3. Now he goes down. Ametha, she goes down as well. Dalbert versus Volfred. Dalbert blocked. Now banished. Volfred, oh, he goes down here. Nor now has Pamtha back. Which is with Jody. Jody cannot knock back Raji, and so Raji able to banish her. Pamtha caught out of position here, so it's just Volfred back. But he is able to intercept. That means that Pamtha is close to the pyre, and she switches with Volfred. Dalbert. Oh, goes under Jody there. Ametha down. Dalbert can't make it in from there this time. Oh, look at that. Almer teleported to the orb and snuck right in and took it right next to Volfred. Well, Pamtha nearly able to heart push her way in there. Dalbert blocked. Knocks back. Jody with the orb now. She goes down. Pamtha has returned, but Dalbert can't make it in this time. Pamtha switches with Volfred. Doesn't have enough time to charge up the throw. Pamtha switches with Jody. Jody gets blocked mid-flight. Knocks back a lot of defenders, though, so she still has it here. And this time, makes in for the 30 damage plunge. But no prayer beads for her. That means Anor down one character here. Dalbert, ooh, sneaks in by not jumping. Almer's throw is intercepted here. Pamtha, ooh, gets the orb, but immediately gets banished. Almer still has it now. Intercepted. Jody with the orb, knocks back some defenders, plunges for another 30. And Anor willing to make these trades here if it means scoring with Jody, because of course she's scoring for 30, which is higher damage than any of Phaler's characters can manage. So Phaler, at this rate, needs to make sure that he is scoring more frequently, because he's not dealing as much damage when he does score. Almer does opt to plunge there, had the Numbing Gust active, so was not even able to throw, but Phaler said, yes, that's okay, I'll take it. Even if it means no prayer beads and going down without Almer this time. Ametha has some space. She gets banished before she can make it into the pyre. Same can be said of Dalbert. Jody knocks back the defenders. And that sets up the 30 damage plunge here. Need a second to it for it to de-lag or what have you. let me know when
Yeah,
it's...
basically just whenever the camera moves around the map, it just stops working for me.
If you'd like, I can uninvite you and reinvite you.
That's why this strategy is such a pain to go against at this moment, because like the switching means that like I just stop seeing what happens.
Oh. Yeah, that is a tough combo in that case.
All right, I think we're good right now.
Alright, so I'll do the usual 3, 2, 1. Oh, okay, nope, there we go. I suppose we had just had to score, so gives you a split second to get back into the thick of things here. Dalbert trying to force his way in. Wolfred shielding him off, though. Palmer, his throw intercepted. Empha by herself. She goes down. That means, at the moment, Nora's defenseless. But it also means that Numbing Gust is active here, so Phaler can't use any special abilities. This time, he tries to wait for someone to come back and then throw, but in doing so, allows Nora to get someone back, so cannot score on this occasion. Ametha. He goes down, and at least for a split second there, Nora defenseless, but gets Wolfred back very soon. Oh, look at that, though. Dalbert makes it in for 20. Palmer, knocked back, and banished. Ametha with the orb. Back to Jody. Jody blocked, and banished. Dalbert versus Pamitha. Dalbert goes down. Pamitha gets banished here. As does Jody. Palmer teleports, ooh, but is just barely inside that sapling. Empa's back and making moves, but she goes down. Here's Dalbert. Looking to snake his way around to the back of the Pyre, but can't find the way through. Jody, once again, looking to knock back the defenders with those jumps, but can't pull it off this time. That means at the moment, Nora defenseless. An opportunity here for Phaler, although can't make it all the way to the Pyre before Nora starts getting some people back. The Almer teleports the orb and gets a quick 17 damage throw off. Now, Nora likely does have some rekindling here, but Phaler, in theory, with one score, could trigger that. Whereas Nora with one score could finish things altogether. Could this be it? Seemingly flies over the Pyre, but this time makes it in for the win.
Good game.
GG.
Yet nonetheless commendable. The rite is done.
Alright, let's head on back.
Until the next rite.
I mean, you didn't know that, Ador. It's not like it's your fault. But anyways, I think Phaler was saying that he was looking to switch out after that, right? So that means we are looking to get someone else in his place. Is there anyone in chat who would like to do the honors? Don't all volunteer at once. At least at the moment, iRotor, you appear to be the only person volunteering. So I think that may mean we'll look to get you in here in a classic matchup at this point, right? I mean, we have seen many showdowns between Anor and iRotor, and I think these two also play each other a bit outside of streams as well, so they are quite experienced when it comes to playing each other. And invite sent. Now the scary part. Alright, let me switch some names around here. And I wrote her withdrawn for you today, is that right?
Yes.
Right. How are you? Okay, great. Okay, so chat, let us know if there's anything you want to see between these two. Of course, this will be Irota's first Rite of the Night, so if you are feeling as if, you know, you want to give him a chance to warm up, then maybe we take it easy for now, but that's up to you. Alright, but not seeing any requests here from chat, so I think they are planning on just giving you two the chance to reacquaint yourselves a bit here, so why don't we get going?
The withdrawn shall confront the Night Wings. Welcome.
And fitting, and on Irota's first rite, we see us playing at his home arena. But no requests here, so take whatever you'd like. Oh, let me... okay, just want to make sure you can control. It's like, do I need to double check if remote play is letting you do things?
I have to sort out wires, yeah.
Okay, no worries. Okay. We are seeing a quick growing Vorfrit. Ooh, with the Crone Salute as well. Keep an eye out for that. Of course, capable of turning all of Anora's characters into defenseless howlers. It'll be Nutritionistic Vorfrit in the first spot. We tend to see Anora use that in the second or third spot, I think, for the most part, so that's a little out of the ordinary to see him leading off. And I think Irota was telling us earlier that Lendl is usually his first nomad that he tends to use, which raised a few eyebrows, but there you see it. Let's go with Lendl here. Then it's a Web Lanthorn Tizo. And a Speedy Vispaleth.
Demon.
Last one here for Nor. Perhaps somewhat similar to Irota's last pick, Speedy Jodariel in this case. However, this time round, Nor, without anyone to switch places, no harp salutes to propel Jodariel forward this time. Volfred down. And Lendl versus Jodariel. Lendl wins that duel, and in fact also banishes Tizo there, and the orb hits the Pyre and bounces back out conveniently right into Lendl's hands here. Setting up for the 20 damage Lendl plunge. Volfred down here, but Jodariel gets some revenge. Jody versus Vispaleth. Vispaleth banishes. Over to Vorfrit. Oh, started to charge up the throw, but the sapling came out, banished her. And at the moment, Irota is defenseless. So that means opportunity for Anor here. Can charge up a full damage throw, and that is certainly preferable here, because Anor will keep everyone in play for this series as well. Vorfrit. The throw looked like that might have been wide. No, it was on target. Big cast there from Vispaleth, and for a second there, it looked like there would be no defenders to stop her. Well, she makes it in. Vorfrit. Oh, and there is that salute. Means that everyone is defenseless on Anor's side. That throw makes it in, of course, but remember, Anor does have some rekindling, So all is not lost just yet, at least in Nora's case, although at this stage, certainly the tide's very much tilting in iRotor's favor.
Unfortunate for the withdrawn.
Although iRotor defenseless at that point and did allow for a 15 damage score there with Tizo, although definitely not the preferred score for Nora. Lowest damage and no prayer beads means that is not what she wants to see here, and iRotor finishes it.
Withdrawn prevail. Their pyre yet
GG.
burns with vigor and resolve.
Man, I'm not sure how I didn't realize this before, but the way that Vids shouts out the withdrawn name at the end of the rites, it's kind of scary. I would think we'd hear that a lot, because she is a regular for iRotor, but for some reason that's the first time I noticed it. Alright, so, chat, let us know if there's anything in particular that you would like to see between these two. As I was saying before, I do think these two have played each other a lot, so I would say feel free to get creative with your requests here.
Yeah, we definitely have.
I would say that's a license to throw some pretty crazy stuff at them. But that's just me. Alright, well at least as of right now, not seeing any crazy requests here from chat. So why don't we get this one started, and perhaps they are still mulling over how best to surprise you both. So let's carry on here, having you two take whatever you'd like to take for this next one. Oh, and I hear the water.
Withdrawn.
It's the fall of Solium, though, not the boat.
The night wings. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
Okay, and I heard her going with a Prayer Beads Tamitha here. Whereas Anor, thinking Bertrude. And goes for the quick throws. Then Iroder with the strong defensive webbed Lanthorn Raji. And it's not often that we see Enor take a worm, but she does opt for one here. Which is also what Iroder is thinking about in this third spot.
The deluge.
And just looking at Anora's team here, this is definitely quite different from what we tend to see from her. We're used to seeing a Volfred with a nutrition stick. Now, of course, that may still end up being the last pick that she takes here, but we've also seen, at least earlier today, a lot of those saluting harps combined with Jodariel or a demon of some variety. Instead, opting for a power casting nomad. So here we go. That's Iroder coming out ahead with that initial exchange there. Tamitha finishes that exchange with a 20 damage score. Gertrude somehow manages to survive, even surrounded by opponents there, and makes her way all the way into the Pyre. Gilman down. Now Tamitha. Can she repeat the success from last time? Not this time. Gilman. He goes down. And then, oh, look at that. Deluge. Banishing the would-be defender. The orb is still far back by Iroder's Pyre. Tamitha taking it up now. All the way into the Pyre. Gertrude. May have been within throwing range there, although I believe that was that a stunning claim there? Freezing everybody? Oh, look at that throw, though. Anor does manage to get it off for the full 30 damage as well.
Let's see you Nightwings keep oof.
Let's see you Nightwings keep oof. Gertrude. He goes down. Raji looks like after getting rid of that orb, he might be more keen on banishing than scoring right now. And that is exactly what he does. So Gilman comes back here with the orb. Oh, and that's a stunning claim. I think Anor just trying to freeze things up, give a little more time so that she can get Hedwyn back, who is now back from banishment, although now he's the only one back from banishment, so it may not really be what she was looking for after all. And that is time for Iroder to throw that one in for 23 damage. Gertrude, that throw is unblockable, but it looks like it might have been slightly to the right. And Tamitha plunges for 20 here. Oh, and Vardek, thanks for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream. That time the throw does make it in for 30 damage. And that drops Iroder such that one more score from Anor could be enough for the win, and same can be said even for Iroder here. And yes, takes the win.
Couldn't quite figure out a good throne rush defense, but what else?
It's complete.
Well done. Good match.
Until the next rite.
Yeah, if you're looking for some multiplayer Pyre, this is definitely the place to look. Happy to have you. Hope you're enjoying things. And chat, is there anything you would like to see between these two? Because Vardek, just so you know, we have it such that people in chat, they can make requests for things like Exiles, Masteries, Talismans, Urnaritas, Songs and Titan Stars, all that stuff. So if you want to see some kind of matchup that you thought, that would be interesting, then you can make it happen. Also, by the way, your name rhymes with my favorite game ever, so that's cool too. No worries, no worries. Happy to have you. My favorite game is Mardek, which is a Flash RPG from about 10 years ago or so. Maybe even a little more than that. technically, my two favorite games are Mass Effect and Mardek, so I'm simplifying a little bit, but Mardek is the one I'm referring to, at least. Yeah, if you're into RPGs, it's sort of a lighthearted, I hesitate to say parody, but a lighthearted, sort of silly RPG. It's a lot of fun. Alright, but not seeing any requests from chat for this one, so I think we're looking at just having these two take whatever teams they want to take here. Oh, and I hear the imps. So we are definitely at the Isle of Kalamer. And you two are free to take whatever you'd like to take here. No requests.
Who shall conduct the rites?
So our rotor leading off with a defensive option here. Webbed Lanthorn Raji now. Of course, whenever someone leads off with an imp at the Isle of Kalamer, you have to ask yourself, are they planning on going triple imp? Because they may. They may be planning on doing just that. Especially when both players appear to be doing that. Is it just a coincidence? Or is it perhaps a little more than just that? Well, I mean, as soon as they go 2 imps in a row, suddenly, I would say, the probability of that being the case significantly increases. This time, I were thinking about going with the Infinite Stamina from Haoob's Wing in the Talisman spot.
Messenger imp.
And Anor also following suit with a second imp of her own. This time going with the extra presence, so larger aura. And it is, as suspected, in fact, a third and final imp for Iroder. Going with Titan Tooth for the stunning whenever he flies into someone. And last one for Anor, and I mean, of course, it's also an imp. And this time going with the Banishing Throws. Alright, so here we go, an all-imp matchup in the Imp Stadium. Let's see how they fare. Anor here gets blocked. But opening here for Iroder, oh, nearly gets that throw off, but Anor able to banish in time. Free orb. Anor just threatens to implode as soon as Iroder tries to make a move. Oh, but look at that. Iroder does manage to avoid getting exploded upon. And plunges for 25, and that is a key factor, is if we see that our players took the additional 10 damage on their imps, it is important that they make a point of plunging with those 25 rather than the default 15 damage imps, because that will definitely add up over time. Because it is hard to score against a team of 100% imps, so every point matters here. Anor able to score for 25 here on the throw, which is also significant because that means she will still have all of her imps in this series. And banishes the last of Iroder's imps here. And once again, time to fully charge up a throw.
Precision. The Nightwing's fire burns brighter for now.
Anor biding some time, then goes through the portal. Oh, but gets Titan Toothed. So stunned here. Opportunity for Iroder to move this one forward. And that is the Titan Tooth imp. That means once again, Anor stunned and oh, gives Iroder just enough time to get that throw off. And that makes us tied at 50 apiece. Anor, oh, perhaps trying to set up that portal. Ideally, perhaps would be a little bit closer to Iroder's Pyre. Now at this point, it's just moving backwards. But she has infinite stamina upon going through it. Now she goes down. And is guarding the portal that iRotor is looking to go through. It does block, but iRotor still has it here. And that is the Titan Tooth Imp. And that imp is dangerous. But Nor able to fend off iRotor's attack, at least for now. Although iRotor coming back here. Nor escapes through the portal. But goes down. iRotor through his portal. And charging up the throw, intercepted here by Anor. Anor through her portal. And nearly used the imps in the stadium to set a pick and block the would-be defender, but not quite enough to stop iRotor from catching up. iRotor through the portal here. Oh, Anor back just in time to banish that. Portal doesn't take her far. Can't escape from the defender. So now it's iRotor. After going through the portal, can pick up the orb here, and makes it all the way in. And again, that is a 25 damage imp, which is significant because that means that now, as long as iRotor does score for full damage from one of those 25 damage imps, he can finish it with one score here. Whereas, of course, Anor still would need 2. Anor, ooh, that portal is relatively close to iRotor's Pyre. She goes through it again. iRotor making moves. Oh, and goes under the defender for the winning plunge. GG.
They do deserve their freedom after all.
Underdog.
The rite is done.
All right. Well played, you two. Let's head on back.
Until the stars align.
All right, and Nora is saying probably just a couple more for her, then she'll be looking to swap out with someone else. So chat, let that be known if anyone is interested in hopping in. Nora will be looking to swap out soon. In the meantime, of course, well, with them still facing off against one another, let us know if there's anything you'd like to see from them. That being said, it looks like, as per usual, just about anything will turn into a good matchup between them. Last call for any requests here from chat, or are we looking for them to just, well, take whatever teams they want to take? It appears as though that is the case, so let's get the show on the road. All right, we're at the cairn. And no requests, so you can take what you'd like. Of course, the last one was a voluntary triple imps on both sides. That was not from a request. They just decided, sure, why not? And we see iRotor is leading off with an imp here as well. I think probably far less likely for this to be all imp in this situation, because we do see that a lot on Isle of Kalimur. Both players are oftentimes, when they do opt to voluntarily go triple imp, that's when they do it. Anor perhaps trying to read the room a bit here and figure out, do I need to do an imp here? Would it still be fine? Would it still be cool with iRotor if I don't? I think you're in the clear. Yeah, because Anor is going back to a harp here. It goes all left side, so that means capable of doing the switcheroo with the harp salute. Then Vids, one of iRotor's go-tos. speedy Vids nonetheless. Then Jody likely to be the target of those harp switcheroos. Also speedy on Anora's side. Then it's Gilman with stunning claim, so he can stun. Or pause the game, really, for a few seconds. And he will also explode. And last but not least, of course, is Nutrition Stick Volfred. And here we go. Alright, there is Ametha with the switcheroo into Jody for the 30 damage plunge. Just according to plan. Ametha this time does the switcheroo. This time it is for Volfred, but he gets banished before he can get a throw off. That leaves just Ametha back to defend at the moment, and Tizo flies over the first cast, but Ametha's still able to get rid of him here. Vids through that portal, chases down Ametha. But she gets blocked. Has it back, though. Blocked the second time. And, oh, gets rid of Volfred, and then plunges for 30 damage. So these two back tied up here, although there is the combo. Switcheroo into Jody for 30 damage plunge. Now, Volfred, the one getting switched out. Switched in, really. And this time does have enough damage for the throw, though Anora has to cut it a little bit short there. Just 12 damage this time. There's the switch once more, and Jody makes it in for 30. Ametha switches with Volfred this time, but he goes down. And Tizo makes it in for 25 here with iRotor. Not necessarily the exile we were expecting for iRotor to score with. Does mean that he is now perhaps without his best defender. But it does mean that he still has his best offender in form of Vids and or Gilman. There's the switch, but Vids able to handle it. Looking to knock back Ametha, but doesn't need to here. Makes it in for 30 damage plunge. Jody down this time. So no successful switcheroo for Anora this go around. Though if she's patient, she could wait to get both those characters back. This is Jody who's returned. Now Ametha is back as well, but Jody goes down soon thereafter. So Ametha switches with Volfred, but he gets banished. Tizo, again, probably not the preferred attacker for iRotor, but does have Titan Tooth, which can help. That'll stun Anora here, but unfortunately after Tizo gets banished, does mean he needs to get someone else over there to pick up the orb, and by that time, Anora has recovered. But perhaps this go round, just make it straight in with Tizo. And that means that iRotor has taken the lead here. Or really, more or less tied, because, of course, remember that Anora does have some rekindling. Oh, and look at that last second save from iRotor. Well played. Remember that Anora has 10 rekindling, so even if iRotor is to score here, he would still only trigger that rekindling, and Anora would still be hanging on. Whereas Anora does need 2 scores to get rid of iRotor's Pyre life. Of course, iRotor does not have any rekindling. There is a quick throw, though. Does have to cut it short, although it is still significant, because at this stage, anyone scoring would be enough for Anora. And Jody is certainly included on that list. She is Anora's highest damage character, and for that reason, doesn't have to be her. Here she is, though, doing the honors.
GG.
GG.
The Night Wings prevail. Although their adversaries put up quite an effort, the rite is ended.
Well played.
Until the next rite.
New meta right here. I mean, there may be some people who have been using the harp salute for a long time. But yes, it is seemingly catching on a bit here. I know we're using it very effectively in a couple of rites now. And is there anything that we would like to see for this next one? Just getting used to it? Now you're starting to feel more comfortable with it? It does definitely take some getting used to, the whole switching around characters with the harp salute, but once you get the hang of it, as Anor is demonstrating here, it can become quite effective, quite powerful. Practice is paying off. Alright, and I know Anor was saying previously that she was, I think, a rite or two ago, she was saying she was looking at just doing one more rite, or well, at that point she was saying 2 more rites. This would be that last rite, so this might be the last one with Anor here, in case that affects any requests, although Anor is actually requesting something for this rite. Choosing exiles. Of course, that's no pressure, Anor. If you want to stick around for longer, you're absolutely welcome to. Oh, interesting. Alright. They are picking each other's characters. Nice. Nice. And this will be Anor's last one. So, okay. Reminder for chat. If anyone does want to hop in, we will be looking for someone to switch in for Anor after this. And I wrote her just to check in for you. How are you feeling? Are you going to stick around a little longer? Are you going to want to switch out as well? What do you think?
I can stick around a bit longer.
Okay, sounds good. So in that case, we'll be looking for one to switch in after this, right? Okay, and it looks like we'll leave it at that. Just the picking the other person's exiles.
Shall now face the Night Wings.
Okay, so Anor is picking for Iroder here. And I think, Anor, you should still be able to move your cursor around and select for Iroder directly, I believe. If not, then, you know, you can just type it into chat, but I think you should be okay to do that. Alright, and it's Pamitha. Then this is Iroder now picking for Anor in the first spot.
I cannot pick for now, I think.
Okay, let me... Alright, well at the very least, I would say you can at the very least tell her which character you'd like for her to take. And she can just select it.
Raji.
Raji is the first one, it sounds like.
I just ride it.
Yeah, whatever works best for you, but... Raji, okay. And, Anor, you did just exiles, right? Did you want to have it be just picking the exiles and then the other person can still pick their masteries and talismans, or do you want, for your opponent to be picking everything? You want it to be everything? Okay, no worries. We'll make it happen. Raji, okay, infinite stamina portals, and then the Lanthorn is what Iroder is saying.
Exile.
And this will be Anor picking the second one for Iroder. So she took Pamitha for him in the first spot. That'll be Volfred. Oh no, make that Palmus. The Contrition Stick. And full rekindling now. I would say, at least from what we've seen thus far, these two are being rather generous. They're taking characters that the player would oftentimes take of their own choosing. You know, for anyone else, you might say, going with a sap with the nutrition stick. I don't know, but I mean, these two are our two most practiced sap users, so that's not really a detriment to either of these players. Viz Palette, you know where this is going, is what iRotor is saying. Yeah, it looks like iRotor is maybe just more or less giving Anor his own team of choice. That is the quote-unquote meta demon setup with a quick throwing celestial spike, so that means Vizpluth can vanish with those throws. Then it is Jody. And for her, it's a Tailwind Crest for extra quickness. Volfred, 10 Rekindling. This is just like Anor's favorite character. Like, they're being so generous. There was a lot of opportunity to sabotage the opposing team, but no, they decided to go the honorable route, and they gave each other viable teams, which is good to see. Vizpluth versus Jody. That's Vizpluth who had it, then dropped it, and then got banished. Jody trying to avoid Raji here, but cannot do so. And there's Vizpluth trying to banish with the Fur, although just barely missed taking out Pamitha. Raji moves forward, and that does move the portal forward. And so if this were iRotor playing on Anor's side, we would expect for it to be a portal plus Vizpalette for infinite stamina combo for scoring. But if we're thinking more along Anor's lines, it would typically be just Volfred directly. So this is Anor taking a page out of iRotor's book here. And on iRotor's side, let's see. Gives it up to Pamitha here. She drops it and gets banished. That has potential to be a very big cast. Jody down here. Anor has an opportunity. Gives it to, was going to give it to an attacking player there, but iRotor able to fend off. Now Anor on the counter. Portal doesn't take her far, but it does give infinite stamina to Vizpalette, and she can banish with the throws, and that's all she needs to set up the plunge here. iRotor with Pamitha. There's the switch. So that would be the opposite case. iRotor using a Anor strat, although probably would preferably be, would have been Pamitha switching into Jodariel for Jodariel to get the score, and you could see that iRotor was doing a salute there and was, I think, planning to make that happen, but got banished, and that disrupted the plan, but does nonetheless manage to make it in with Jodariel. Raji. He goes down, but that does set up a portal here for Anor. One that's fairly close to iRotor's Pyre. Pamitha nearly hard pushes her way in. iRotor, for a second there, was defenseless. Ooh, but fended off Raji there very well. Look at how advanced that sapling was, although iRotor saw the threat and got rid of it. This one with Volfred too. Free orb here. Oh, but look at that! Anor's portal nearly took her directly into iRotor's Pyre. But there is the switch. Using Pamitha to get Palmas closer to Anor's Pyre. Pamitha this time goes in directly. Jodariel down. Almost trying to fend out Raji, because now that he is gone, that means no defenders remaining for iRotor. Oh, and Anor with just enough time to get that throw off. And that drops our rotor down to just 10 Pyre life. Does have a sap. I don't recall how much rekindling he may or may not have. But Hamatha keeps putting the pressure on Anor. We know that Anor has 10 rekindling. I do remember that it was exactly the same full front setup that we typically see Anor take, which is 10 rekindling. Oh, well, there it is. It's 50 rekindling in the case of iRotor. And that means these two are pretty even right now. If you consider that Anor does have that rekindling still. Well, here it is. And that means that suddenly, one more score for iRotor, and iRotor could take the win. Which is in to get Palmas. The throw has the range. Oh, it's just off target. Palmas, attempt number 2. Gets banished before he can get it off, and that was close. Remember, he did not need full damage. All he needed was 10, and he was just about at that number. Opportunity here for Anor. Has the orb with Vids and can banish with those throws, and iRotor steps aside to avoid getting banished. But that sets up the score here, and now suddenly Anor can also score and take the win. And Hamatha for a second there, I thought she was going to make it in for the win. Does go down here. Vids has an opening, and finishes it. GG, great match.
The Night Wings prevail. Perhaps a stroke of fortune ought to be thanked.
That was a strange one. Identity crisis of sorts. Anor taking the place of iRotor, iRotor taking the place of Anor. But well played.
Until the stars align.
Alright, so Anor was saying that that was going to be her last one, so that means we're looking for someone to swap in for her. Is there anyone in chat who is interested in doing so? And iRotor, I know a minute ago you were saying you're good to stick around, but just to double check with you, you're still good?
Yes.
Awesome. So yeah, looking for one to switch in that case. Anyone in chat who would be interested in doing so? And I would say, for the most part here, it's probably still early enough in the day that we would like to try to get someone new in, if possible. So if there's anyone hanging out who's not yet gotten the chance to play today, then I would say this is your opportunity to do just that. If not, then alright. I mean, I guess we could open things up to someone who's already played today, assuming that you haven't already played iRotor, so we're at least getting a new matchup. Any such volunteers? If not, then I mean, I suppose I did play briefly earlier today. I could even hop in. But my general preference would, of course, be to get someone else in my place, because, well, you guys are more important than me. Come on. Let's be honest. Then again, if no one's interested, then I suppose I can hop in for now. But, think of me as just a placeholder. As soon as anyone would like to hop in, you are more than welcome to swap in for me. I'm just, you know, holding the door open for you. Alright. There we are. Let me plug in my controller as well real quick. Have we ever played together? I imagine we have at some point, right, iRotor?
Yes, 1 or 2 times.
Maybe not all that often, but at least a couple times, I would think. And both of us have already, obviously, Iroda was just playing. I was playing a little bit earlier today, so I would say, you know, you're welcome to immediately fire away with any requests you may have. No need for us to warm up here, so to speak. Alright, but seeing no requests, why don't we just get going here? Take whatever we want.
The withdrawn.
Alright, and we are in the book.
Face the Pyre hearts. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
And our rotor will lead things off with a Titan Tooth Tizo. So he will stun anyone who jumps in there, and I don't know if he's expecting some worms or some curs to try to rush straight into the pyre. No, perhaps not, but then again, suppose this is still Harp. But yeah. Core's back. Ooh, Core. Core, are you interested in hopping in? I'm just filling in right now, basically, more or less. So, I mean, of course, we can finish this right here that we're setting up at the moment, but if you're interested in hopping in, I would say I can certainly pass the torch to you right after this one, if that works for you. Ready to play whenever? Okay, awesome. Yeah, in that case, I'd say, why don't we finish this one up, and then I will switch out, and you can hop in. Okay, then in my bottom spot, I'm gonna put, Tizo. Don't give him the lanthorn.
Tizo.
Okay, no worries, Anor. No worries. Alright, and then my last one is the stylish man in the downside. Most stylish man. And you get this. There we are. Alright, here we go. Well, made all the way in. Hold up. No! I was just about to switch to him.
Brilliantly done.
Oh, and you took the additional starting Pyre life as well, didn't you? Didn't you? Come back here. That is a portal, though. It is a dangerous portal at that. Oh, I don't have the stamina! And that is the portal that I would like to not have you go through. That's the combo we're looking for.
Into the adversary's flame.
Ooh, I don't like that portal in the least. You did kind of help me by moving Gareth over here, though, not gonna lie.
Neither triumvirate is closer than
Why, hello there. Oh yeah, I know you're trying to set up the portal. Oh no, Titan Tooth, not Titan Tooth. No! Gareth, save it! No!
the orb into the flame. The withdrawn are now favored to prevail.
There we are. Slightly less aggressive portal position as well, probably a good thing. Uh-oh. That's so good. That's so good. Oh, that was awfully quick as well. He's not going to be back quickly enough, I'm afraid. Or perhaps you... Oh, that is my portal, isn't it? I thought that was your portal for a second, for whatever reason. Oh, I just completely whiffed. I just completely whiffed. Nope, nope. Some F-class defending there from myself, but well done.
Did not even come close. Thus end this night's proceedings.
PG.
Until the next round.
Alright, and yeah, like I said, Core, if you're available now, I would say, let's get you in here. Let's do it. Alright, let me unplug my controller real quick. And then let me send you an invite. Look, I even set it on the Pyre Hearts for you. Just reserving your seat for you. Okay, invite sent. Name is in, and presumably you are sticking on the Pyre Hearts. Okay, we have a song request here for Dread Design. Anything else we'd like to see for this one? Obviously, this is Core's first ride of the night, so, you know, maybe don't go too crazy just yet. So why don't we keep it at just Dread Design in that case? And let's get started. Let me just, as we're swapping in Core, let me just make sure that remote play is going to, yeah, should be cooperating here, theoretically. It's a big asterisk on that theoretically, of course.
The Withdrawn versus the Pyre Hearts.
Oh man, this is like full-blown Withdrawn theme here. Got iRotor representing the Withdrawn, we've got Dread Design as the song, and we are, of course, in the Pit of Malik. Strong home field advantage for iRotor in this right. Ooh, Core going with the all-right side worm. Interesting. And it's Raji with the Lanthorn. Is it always all-right side for you?
Worm. Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember. I remember the Talisman. I remember you like going Thorn Knot. I do not remember all-right side, though. Core thinking about potentially following up with Rookie,
Well,
but instead may opt for a more defensive Messenger Imp in that spot. Then, I mean, like we said, strong Withdrawn vibes in this right, so you gotta have Udmilda. And finally, it's a quick throwing Ulmer for Core. And here we go. Skillman first. This might be our first right with Dread Design.
the orb bathes first.
And it's Skillman to score first as well. Messenger Imp. Takes it far, but not far enough. It does set up a portal, though, for Core. Here's Udmilda. Does she have the range? It's close, but it might be a little bit short. It is a little bit short. Oh, and that portal change. No longer quite as threatening as it once was. Tamitha, ooh, Heart pushes her way in. That throw there, this time from Rilda, does make it in. That's Core who ended up with it there. Oh, and look at this. Huge banishments. Ametha still standing here. But very good portal placement for Core, although currently defenseless. And Tamitha is quick enough to make it in. Gilman goes down. Oh, and look at that. Iroda with the ace up his sleeve. The Crone salute turning everyone on Core's team into defenseless howlers.
Good game.
What a glorious performance, I must say.
GG.
The rite is ended.
Alright, let's head on back.
Until the next rite.
Alright, and we will reset our song here, but otherwise let us know if there's anything you guys want to see or hear for the next one. Knights of the Sea, okay. We'll return the favor here. One time on Iroder's theme, and now this time on Core's theme. And then, of course, follows up with a song request as well, so I'm not sure we haven't heard yet today. We can get you for the next one, no worries, Nor. Anything else, or will it just be song for this one? Looking like it will be just that. So let's get started. When I hear the water, oh, I was gonna say that would be perfect if it was boat, and it went from full withdrawn theme to immediately thereafter full Pyre Hearts theme. Nearly had it. Nearly had it. Not quite though. Skydance after this? Okay. Remind us when we're starting the next one.
Exile.
William has a softer water sound. So. But it's tricky to tell.
Yeah. Does have a slightly different sound to it, that is true. But in the time it takes you to just register that, okay, it's water, and try to distinguish between which type of water it is, at that point, you know, you may already start to see the arena, and obviously at that point it's obvious which one it is.
By the way, what is the floor on the stage? Because if you look at the edge, it, like, the waves are on
Yeah!
the edge. What exactly is this thing?
That's a good question. You're right, at the very top it looks like it's almost water. It's moving like a wave. But then, more in the middle and toward the bottom, it looks more like almost a glass-like surface. That's sort of, or like a transparent tile of some variety. Taylor says you're at the base of a waterfall, but is this part right here in the middle water? Because compare that to, say, the Spring of Jomir, which definitely is water, and you see like the splashing and what have you. That's definitely water, but I don't think you have that same type of effect here. Oh, look at this. Nifty maneuvers here with Palmas. Goes for a 21 damage throw, so a little bit quicker than a full damage throw. Ametha switching over with Gilman. Gilman has an avenue here. Makes it in for a 15 damage plunge. It's reflected in the stained glass of the the night sky above.
Law against throwing in the orb.
Big 30 damage throw. Pillars are... what? The pillars are also water? What? Oh, you mean like the sort of glowing yellow, red, and blue in between the pillars are basically waterfalls that have the reflection on them? Yeah, everything is water. The exiles are water, the orb is water, the pyre is water. Oh, look at that. Almost seemingly on top of the pyre, yet not quite close enough to score. There's the stunning claim, freezing everything. Giving Core a little bit of time to get the stowaway back. That might have been the idea. He has returned now. Rotor looking to go through that portal. Doesn't take him far, but it does give him that infinite stamina, which allows his blood to propel herself forward. Look at the range of that throw, that pass. And that is definitely most significant for Vids Palette. But Rotor trying to make it work with Palmas. Not quite as effective, though. Pamitha switches with the stowaway, but she goes down. Pamitha switches with Gilman. He goes down. I mean, if you round up, they are 100% water. You might question the number of significant figures you're using, but you know, that's beside the point, right? Quick throw there from the stowaway. Gets in 11 damage here. And there is the combo that Ironor's looking for. Going through the portal with Vids Palette for infinite stamina. Ooh, but stopped just short of making it into the pyre. Stowaway goes down. That passes things over to Gilman. He goes down, though, and now suddenly Core's defenseless. Pamitha back just in time, though. Oh, but the throw sneaks past Pamitha, and that is the winning throw, nonetheless.
Good game.
GG. The math doesn't lie. Everything is water. Confirmed.
Until the stars align.
Alright, let's reset the song here. But let us know if there is anything else you'd like for the next match.
We had Skydance, right?
But we did have Skydance, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. Skydance from an orb. Anything else on top of that that we'd like to have for this next rite? Looks like that may be it. So why don't we hop in?
The withdrawn shall take on the Pirates. Welcome.
Alright, so no requests for exiles here, so take whatever you'd
Shall
like.
conduct the rites.
And talismans and masteries, for that matter. Albert with prayer beads first. Does give the Phaler impression. Now it's a quick throwing Bertrude for Core. And a defensive Webbed Lanthorn Raji in the case of Iroder. Then Jody and, oh, additional starting Pyre life. We're going to have a lot of that then. Then a quick throwing Almer in Iroder's side to wrap things up. And yeah, Core is going seemingly all out on the Pyre life here, getting the Rekindling Talisman and all the Rekindling from Volfred. Starting with 165 as well. Yeah, this isn't entirely Fate team. This is basically a failure team for Iroder. And Dalbert getting things started with a couple of plunges here. Can't quite make it in the third time, or at least fourth time, though, he does. Bertrude gets rid of it, then gets banished. Almer trying to avoid Jody, but Jody intercepts. Jody gets banished, as does Volfred. Opportunity here for Iroder for a 20 damage throw. Bertrude, oh, Dalbert speeds forward, but he goes down. Core locking down the Orbo, but Volfred and with him, his sapling go down. Almer versus Jody. Jody takes care of Almer. Can eye that portal, though, for Iroder. Jody, for Core, goes down here. Bertrude moving in. Oh, but there is that portal. For a second there, you thought Iroder was going through it with the orb, but has it now with Almer. It's intercepted, though. Bertrude, opportunity here. Does that throw up enough on it? It does. 30 damage there. Dalbert, he's blocked. Now banished. Bertrude trying to get rid of Almer, but he avoids the cast. Orb is still here for the taking, though. And Dalbert scoops it up and flies into the Pyre for 20. Almer's throw gets intercepted here. Bertrude, scoring position, gets the throw, and it does make it in for another 30. Bertrude back at it here. Attempt number 3 for her. Oh, and that time he is intercepted. Dalbert stop. Oh, Raji comes in and banishes everybody. Bertrude back just in time to banish Almer. Dalbert decides to go the other way, or at least wait things out, get some stamina back. He goes down. Bertrude, she's banished. Almer has an opportunity here. Throws that one in for the full 20. Dalbert, he's next, but he gets blocked and banished. Bertrude, that throw I think was just to set up the cast, certainly out of range there, but she goes down, Bertrude does. As does Dalbert, as does Volfred. Or just trying to defend here with Jody. Oh, and that's a huge banishment for Iroder. Everyone down. And then plunges, Iroder does, with Dalbert for another 20. Double banishments here. Dalbert back at it, but he's blocked. Now banished. Raji. Oh, Iroder, you could tell for a second I was thinking, can I banish both of them? Do I have enough area on it? And he did. And that sets up the plunge here with Dalbert. But remember, Core does have a lot of rekindling here. So even if Iroder does plunge here, which he does, that still gets Iroder, or gets Core back up to 70 Pyre life. Bertrude making moves. She goes down. Dalbert thinks twice, but makes it in. Almer down. Bertrude banishes 2. Raji is back. Dalbert. Speeds past, but he gets blocked. Banish. Jody. She's down. Palmer. Trying to get the angle on the throw, and nearly goes with the deflecting throw in here. We don't see that very often. Not sure it was intended, but it nearly happened. Dalbert, he goes down. Big banishments there for iRotor. Through the portal he goes, has an opportunity here with Dalbert, who hops in for another 20. Gertrude. Oh, went for the jump and was just wide. Dalbert. Palmer. He goes down. Cody trying to chase them down. She gets banished. Gertrude snakes around the other way. This throw does make it in for another 30 damage, and that drops iRotor down to 10. So one more score here from Core could do the trick, but it's iRotor putting the pressure on here. Albert blocked, now banished, and I think Core perhaps waiting to get Gertrude back as his preferred offensive character. May have done all of his scoring with Gertrude. I think he has thus far. Dalbert. He's down. Dalbert's back. Banished once more. Gertrude. Like we said, perhaps the character that Core's been waiting to use, but she goes down almost immediately. But I wrote her defenseless for a moment there. Core just building a wall, perhaps waiting for Gertrude to return once again. Return she has. Here she is. Trying to avoid Dalbert rushing her down, but he does just that. Core trying to defend against Dalbert here. She does do. And perhaps I read her catching on here. Gertrude has returned. Oh, but look at that. The portal was set up perfectly there for iRotor. Looking for an easy throw here on an undefended Pyre. And we are tied at 10 Pyre life apiece. And iRotor finishes it with the Dalbert plunge.
Your game.
Their adversaries came ever so close.
GG.
The ceremony is complete.
That was quite a lot to cheer for.
That was a lot of Pyre life. Well played.
Until the next rite.
Alright, and tell you what, chat, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break here, but let us know if there's anything in particular that you would like to see for this next rite. I will be back in just a few minutes. Alright, I have returned. So, just to check in with everybody here, iRotor and Core, are you two both good to stick around? Either you feel like you need to swap out at this stage? How you feeling? I should know. Oh, I'm muted on Discord. This is true. This is true. Now you can actually respond to what I was saying. Yeah, so are either of you feeling like you want to swap out at this point? You both still good to stick around? How you feeling?
I can stick around for a while, but I can also swap out if anyone else wants to.
Okay.
I like to stick in for a few more.
Yeah, Core hasn't been in here nearly as long. That makes sense. Alright. So, chat, I guess, let that be known. It sounds like iRotor maybe in a write or two might be looking to swap out, but if no one is interested, then if you're able to stay, then I suppose in that case we'll see if we can keep you in. But we do have a grand ceremony. Like there's a quota. We need to at least have one. I was wondering when it would come in, but here it is. All right. Anything else for this one, or will that be all? Appears as though it will be, so let's get going.
The withdrawn shall take on the Pyre hearts. Welcome.
Okay, so last time we saw iRotor use...
I'm getting... Like, my screen froze.
Okay. Does it seem like that was a one-time thing, or is it still acting
My
up a
screen
bit?
is frozen at the very moment.
Okay. Should I try uninviting you and re-inviting you? Want me to do that? Oh,
I
he's
closed the
disconnected.
game.
Okay, yeah.
Re-invite me.
Okay. Let's make then. Where'd you go? There you are. Okay. Invite sent. Yeah, so last time we saw iRotor take what was basically a page directly out of Phaler's book, going with the All Fate team. And going with a quick throwing armor in the first spot is not usually the way that Phaler would order his characters, but still is one of the three of his triple fate team, of course, so I have to see if iRotor sticks with something along those lines this time as well. And Core, ever a fan of the Thorn Knot? We've got a Goals Bracer Lendl here for some big power casts on iRotor's side. Then an all left side Bertrude means she will have Stubborn Flame, so if iRotor takes the lead, he will deal 10 less damage. And lastly, it's looking like it'll be a Nutrition Stick Palmus. All right side means full rekindling, all 50 of it. And Core thinking about prayer beads, Pamitha? And locks in. Alright, so here we go. It's also fitting that we happened to get Grand Ceremony when we got a random Glade of Blue. Pamitha. Sidesteps the cast, gets a quick throw in there.
The scribes.
Core cutting it rather short there, just for the 6 damage to make sure he could still sneak it in.
The orb is taken.
Rookie. Remember, does not have the triple jumping ability because Core went, I believe it might have been all right side, or at least mostly right side with the masteries on him. Oh, and there is the nutrition stick at work. Almost making it in for 25. That'll make the arena a bit smaller. And we are also seeing the effects of that Thorned Knot whenever we see Rookie cast. That is a very large cast in comparison to what you would typically see with him. That's ridiculous. And that is Ulmer making it into the Pyre there, and that is Stubborn Flame reducing Pyrotor's damage by 10. Rookie. Throw is intercepted. And once again, ooh, Palmas nearly making it in. Opportunity here. 4. Throws it in for 20. Opts to do that instead of going with Rookie. Of course, either way, he's sticking with all characters here after the throw. Ooh, and that Ulmer throw splits the 2 defenders for 10 damage. And again, what with Pyrotor still in the lead here, that is the most he can do with Ulmer. This time the throw intercepted, though. Ametha suddenly all by herself. She goes down. That means Core is defenseless here. Rookie comes back, but not quickly enough.
Yet it hit the mark.
Rookie against Ulmer. Rookie takes it, but gets banished. Ulmer retreats, then starts making his move. Bertrude takes him out. Ametha gets taken out by Palmas. Palmas gets taken out by Rookie. Rookie gets taken out by Ulmer. And Ulmer takes out Bertrude, and suddenly it's him versus Pamitha. Pinned in the corner. Pamitha wins out.
Someone crossed the orb.
Pamitha wins out once more. 4 trying to get out after being pinned next to his Pyre for a while here. Can he take the pressure off a bit? Look at that snipe from Rookie. Follows it up with a throw. Cuts it a little bit short here, just 9 damage. Ulmer's throw is intercepted. Bertrude goes down, though. Ooh, but Pamitha is quick to cover for her. Pamitha, seeing if she can get rid of Ulmer. Oh, Ulmer with the snipe. Or rather, Lendl, I should say, with the snipe. That is the effects of those big Goals Bracer casts. Ooh, and Core currently defenseless. Gets Rookie back in 1. Ooh. Came back, but he was still in that respawning phase, and therefore the orb was able to pass through him and into the Pyre. Ulmer's throw intercepted by Pamitha here. Arena gets smaller. Rookie down. Ulmer, oh, hops past Pamitha and throws it into the Pyre. Ulmer's throw intercepted by Pamitha. Rookie, he's banished. Ulmer's banished. Bertrude and Lendl in a casting contest.
Didn't see it coming.
And Lendl wins out. Oh, he shoulder smashes the defender and then banishes the other. Suddenly, there's no one to stop him here.
Barely a mark against that flame. Now,
Ulmer
the ceremony.
sidesteps the cast. Hops over, but he's blocked. He's still in it, though, and banishes 2 defenders. So Ulmer versus Rookie. And Rookie intercepts. Ametha back in 2, but that's not quick enough.
That time.
And that reduces Core to just 5 Pyre life. Which means even with Stubborn Flame, 1 more score is all that Pyrotor needs, and there it is.
The withdrawn prevail. And such a
Good game.
well-conducted victory
GG.
it was. The rite is complete.
Right, let's head on back.
Until the stars align.
We'll reset our song here, but otherwise, chat, let us know what, if anything, you'd like to see for this next one. Well, maybe we aren't resetting it. Will that be all, though? Will we get another random Glade of Loot to go along with Grand Ceremony? That's maybe the real question.
Yeah, right side on Glade of Loot. It's bad. Well, it depends a bit, but if you have a character that needs to jump, like Alma, to the orb and you don't have to salute, then you don't want the right side.
That'd be interesting in the Glade of Loot to have. This is the team that I use when I'm on the left side. This is the team that I use when I'm on the right side, and just look at how much of a difference there is between them. But anyways, it looks like... I mean, yeah, I don't know to what extent. People may not think of it that much, but at least theoretically, as you were just saying, you know, there may be reason to switch it up a little bit.
I still don't know why they did it that way, because the only two things they really need to do is put another one of these, like, tangling vines between player 1 and the orb, and do the, like, space, the vertical space, in the middle instead of to the right side. Then you would have it almost symmetrical.
Mm-hmm. Seems like that's all we're gonna have for this one. It's just that song, though. So let's get started.
The withdrawn shall now face.
And it is not the Pit of Belief this time.
Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
Yeah, and no requests here, so take whatever you'd like. Prayer Beads Tamitha to lead things off on our rotor's side. And oh, we are on the Cairn of Aub, and so that means that Core really doesn't have any option but to go with the false step stowaway with Bottled Void. Look at this. That's a brazen manner, Ignarius. With the Flame Leech, oh man. Oh man, iRotor thinking big here. And Core with the Thorned Knot Gilman. And Nutrition Stick Palmist to finish things off for iRotor. And a Typhoon Bottle Snadra to finish things off for Core. So here we go. Tamitha first, switches places with Ignarius, and he had that Brazen Manor, was charging it up, but there you see, that is the Bottled Void from the Stowaway, shutting him down. Tamitha makes it in here to start things off. Oh, almost straight into the Pyre, using that Nutrition Stick. Stowaway. Charging up the throw, which is intercepted here. Ignarius knocks back the defender and gets shoulder smashed. Oh, the Stowaway was perhaps who Core would have liked to have passed it to there, but she goes down. And Tamitha plunges here.
The orb.
Almost shields off that cast. He's the one who still has it here. He's charging up a throw. He gets banished, though. Stowaway hops on in for 20. Tamitha switches places with Ignarius. Going for the Brazen Manor, but it takes a long time. And so Core able to banish in that time. Tamitha switches with Palmas. Palmas' throw may be unblockable from that range. Tamitha makes it in for the win.
Good game.
The withdrawn prevail. Accomplished effortlessly, I might add.
Gee.
The rite is complete. Until the next rite.
Yeah, I was also thinking that as well. Who was it that I was commenting about previously? I think was it Vids that I was saying? It might even be that Vids and Ignarius have the same, like, voice. I don't know.
That sounds different.
Is it different? Yeah, I would have to hear them back to back.
Ignarius much darker.
Okay. Maybe it's just also the withdrawn name. It's long enough for them to say that it resonates more with those low, creepy, rumbly voices from the demons. Alright, and we will turn off Grand Ceremony unless we get a request for it for the third time in a row? Oh no. Oh no. Rage of Demons, okay. Perhaps in commemoration of said demons. Anything else? Or will that be it for this, right? Looks as though it may be. So let's get started.
The withdrawn shall confront the Pyre hearts.
And we are back at Iroder's home arena.
Who shall conduct the rites?
Iroder going with those super portals. And all left side Bertrude does mean Stubborn Flame. So that if Iroder is in the lead, he's getting 10 less damage anytime he scores. And yeah, as soon as you saw those infinite stamina portals, you knew that probably meant Iroder was planning on going Vids as the likely person to go through said portals to set up the score. And Core, looking like he may be going with the defensive approach that we saw him take a little while ago. Saw the Sacred, or rather the Stubborn Flame on Bertrude, now going with the Maximum Rekindling on Golfred. And Ignarius perhaps as a second potential person to go through those portals, and once again, we see Iroder take the huge Leeching Talisman and Brazen Manor on him, so the potential for that is astronomically high in terms of the total number of damage and healing that he can get out of that. Now Messenger to finish things up for Core, and here we go.
Commence. Oh.
Raji goes in and banishes Bertrude. That also sets up the portal here for Vids. Scores here with that throw. Bertrude against Raji once more. Bertrude banishes. Oh, and in fact, with that gets rid of everybody on Iroder's side. Core just trying to make sure that throw is lined up. Kind of hard to tell from that angle, but does get that in for 30. And once again, Bertrude banishes 2. And that leaves Iroder with just Raji at the moment. But that's all he needs on this occasion. And Vizpleth once more rushes in with that 30 damage throw. Big cast from Bertrude. Raji, though, gets caught out of position here. That means another 30 damage throw here from Bertrude, and these two keep on trading 30 damage throws. Yeah, that was on my end where things were getting a little framey there, if you're wondering if that was a connection thing. I was seeing that as well. I don't know if that's why you paused. Any better now? Question mark. Not sure who it was who hit the pause button, to tell you the truth. And you may be on either push to talk or may have muted yourself if you are the said person. Has someone gone MIA?
He left Discord, yeah.
Oh, he left Discord as well? Alright, maybe... I'd have disconnected altogether.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you now, yeah.
Oh. Game seems to be fine now.
Okay, okay.
The game goes completely and then saw the score. So...
Yeah,
should
it was...
be fine.
Okay, it was getting a little framey on my side as well, so I'm not sure how much of that was actually just the game itself. How much of that was remote play or whatever else.
Working now.
Okay, but I'll do a 3, 2, 1, go, and on go I'll hit resume. I think we just had that throw, so we should still have a split second as soon as we get started up anyway, but 3, 2, 1, go. And yeah, after trading those 30 damage throws, that means we are tied at 40 apiece here. Oh, look at this. Iroder setting up the Brazen Manor. Through the portal. Gives him infinite stamina. Knocks back some defenders. But he's blocked. And now banished. His Paleth trying to do it this time, but she goes down. Big banishments there, but Bertrude's back. Hops over one defender, but then gets banished. 4 currently defenseless. But now gets some imps back. Oh, except look at that! Ignaria sneaks through the portal. And does score, but triggers all that rekindling. Oh, 4. Opportunity here. Bertrude. 25 damage, since Core was actually in the lead there. Had 5 less damage than we saw with some previous throws. Big banishments there. But Iroder actually avoids getting everyone banished. Hovering for a moment with Raji. That is a very dangerous portal there for Iroder, though. Goes through it with Vizpleth. Knocks back one defender. It goes down. That was Core trying to go through the portal as well. Iroder. Banished with Vizpleth. Oh, that's a tough one to pick up for Core when the orb is right on top of your portal there. Okay, Ignarius down. Iroder defenseless at the moment. And that was a quick throw, so quick that Core did not get full damage out of it. But it does drop... Oh, in fact, for a second there, it looked like Iroder was completely defenseless, but that finishes it.
Good game.
Their adversaries proved no match for them.
GG?
The ceremony is complete.
Well played.
Until the stars align.
Alright, and we will turn off Rage of Demons for now, but let us know if there's anything else you would like to see or hear for this next rite. Oh, and just to check back in on you two, how are you feeling, iRotor and Core? You good to keep going here? Either you feel like you need to switch out?
I can keep going.
Same.
Okay, both good to continue? Sounds good. Alright, not seeing anything from chat here, though. So why don't we just hop on in and have you two take whatever you want to take?
The withdrawn versus the Pyre Hearts. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
Alright, so back in the book, iRotor is thinking of leading off the Web Lanthorn Raji. Whereas Core going with the Thorned Knot Gilman. Then Vizpoleth. Celestial Spike to banish with those throws, and the Quick Throwing Talisman to make it easier to do that. Messenger Imp on Core's side.
Messenger Imp.
Today is all book and pit. Definitely gotten a lot of pit. Have we gotten at least a few book? What does that mean we haven't seen a lot of? Have we ever gotten Nest of Trieste? I'm not sure we have. I think we've only gotten one boat. What else? Has to be. We've gotten a lot of Cairn of Ahub as well, I think. Only one Kalamer, I think. But anyways, here we go.
Now begin.
iRotor starting with the big banishments, trying to take out as many of the defenders as possible. But it's Core who picked up the orb there. iRotor knocks it out with the jump, scoops it up with Vizpoleth, and then hops in through the portal for 30 damage throw. That is what iRotor is looking to do, though. Banish everybody with those imps. Make for, oh man, does he have enough time for the Brazen Manor play? Does. 40 damage with Leech as well. Gilman goes down. iRotor going through that portal. That's the setup he's looking for. And that finishes it.
GG.
The
Good game.
withdrawn prevail. Their hapless adversaries stood no chance. Thus end this night's proceedings
Alright, let's head on back.
until the next rite.
Yeah, some fall Soliums sneaking in there every now and again, that's right. So anything that we would like to see on this next match? Nest of Trieste? Yeah. I was gonna say, I think, like, we're just taking a look here. Got a lot of books, like we were saying. I think we had a few Ridge of Goals. Definitely some Springs. Like, I think we've had maybe even more Cairn of Ahubs than almost anything. Lots of Pitamalites as well. Only one boat and no Nest of Triestes. Several Glades, a few Falls of Solium, and only one Isle of Kalamer. Yeah, I think Trieste is the only one we haven't seen yet. Anything else beyond that, though? No, seems like that's all we're looking at for this one. Why don't we get started then?
The withdrawn shall now face the Pyre Hearts. Well,
Alright, so let's see how these two opt to change their setup here, now that we are finally at the Nest of Trieste.
Alma,
And it's a quick throwing Almer first for Iroder.
Sir
And then it's a
Gilman,
Thornot Gilman, first for Core.
exile.
And a Lanthorn Raji, and that's 2 out of 3 members of the Fate here for Iroder. Have to see if he takes Dalbert in the last spot. Then all left side, which I think is generally what we've seen Core do today when he's taken a Crone with Bertrude. That does include Stubborn Flame, reducing Iroder's damage by 10 if Iroder is in the lead. And on Iroder's side, we're getting a Nutrition Stick Palmas. Last one for Core. I think previously we saw Core go with all the Rekindling from Saps, and this time around instead opting for the Numbing Gust. Which means that if everyone is banished on Core's side, then Iroder will not be able to sprint, jump, throw, or use any other special abilities. And from a Talisman standpoint, opts for a little more Rekindling. So here we go. Banishment there from Gilman, and then he gets banished. We did see Core take the ability to cast through barriers with Bertrude, and already putting that to use. Almost on the move. He goes down, though. Almer, his throw is intercepted. Bertrude gives up to Gilman, who's close to the Pyre.
a flame is
So we can throw it in here for 15. Gilman gets it, but gets rid of it. Almer's throw, oh, makes it past the defender there.
the withdrawn hunger
Gilman.
prevail.
Almer. His throw this time is also on target,
Blow,
but as Iroder is now in the lead, his damage is now getting reduced by 10.
the adversary's flame.
Almer's throw this time is intercepted. Oh, whoa! I thought Gilman was not over there anymore, but he makes it in here for 15.
No triumvirates are equally as close.
Oh, that throw seemingly passed through 1, if not 2 defenders, but makes it in for 20 here, now that Iroder, at least at the time of that throw, was not in the lead. Almost down. Gilman thinks about going one way, then goes the other. Banished nonetheless, though. Remember, those casts can make it through those barriers, and that includes the pits of lava, because I nearly banished the entire team. Just a little bit short of doing so. Throw here, intercepted. Now Gilman to Bertrude. Oh, someone getting laggy here?
I had a lag. Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, I got it as well.
Okay, my guess is it's probably remote play then. Let me know when it starts to seem like it's better.
Seems. Well, no. Let me correct that. Wait.
Just give it a second. All right, no worries.
Seems fine.
Now it seems fine. Is it better for you as well, Core?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll do the usual countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. And on go, I'll resume. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so it's Core with Bertrude. His throw charged up. Does it have enough on it? It did not. Intercepted. Alber, quick throw here.
But true.
Again, with Iroder in the lead, it's just 10 damage with that throw, at most.
Do it. Done.
Goes for it again here. Gilman sidesteps the cast 2 times. And that throw, I think, is a little short. That it is. Almer throws past Wolfric.
It hit the mark. No more than a lick of flame.
Almer once more, this time intercepted. Gilman down. Almer tries again here. Does manage to sneak that one in between Wolfred and Bertrude for the 10 damage score. Almer, ooh, just barely avoids getting banished there and makes this throw in, triggering the rekindling. That gets core back up to 30. Almer goes down here. Bertrude waiting for the orb to come back. Bertrude back to Gilman. Gilman, his throw makes it in for 12. Gilman back at it. He goes down. Wolfred banishes Almer. Retreats, gives it to Bertrude. Bertrude gets rid of it. Trying to get rid of Almer as well. She just ends up in lava, though. Here is Almer. He's blocked. Then gets rid of one defender. And his throw is intercepted here by Bertrude. Bertrude gives it to Wolfred. Wolfred by himself now. But that does trigger Numbing Gust as everyone on core side is down. As Gilman returns, he intercepts. Now has some room here, but there are a couple defenders back who are capable of stopping him. Almer. Intercepted here. Double banishment from Almer. Again, will trigger the Numbing Gust. Gilman. His throw a little bit off target. Palmas actually walks this one in for 15. And now, if Iroder is to score for full damage with Palmas, he's capable of ending this in 1 score. Anything else would take 2 scores. Raji might just be waiting to get Almer back. Now, that also means that Palmas is gone for this series because he did not have prayer beads. So that does make matters a little bit more difficult for Iroder. His throw is just short. Almer down to that cast from Bertrude. Gilman still hanging out near the Pyre. He's a little bit short with his throw, though. On attempt number 2, doesn't have quite enough time to get the throw off. But Almer once again with a Bertrude snipe taking him out. Wolfred retreating. Or going out of the arena and perhaps giving Core just enough time to recover here. Bertrude gets rid of Almer, again, getting a lot of value out of that legendary Crone Talisman casting through those barriers. Core gets rid of the orb in order to cast once more. Moves in, but then gets banished. Through the portal. Throw intercepted, though. Gilman. Trying to make it past Raji. Gets rid of the orb, but still goes down. Almer. Trying to get into throwing position. That he has. Gets this one off for 10 damage. That means any score now from Iroder would likely be enough. So this throw is intercepted. Gilman. His throw is wide. Almer. He goes down to Bertrude's cast. Bertrude. Gets rid of it. Gets rid of it again. And that is Numbing Gust active here. Iroder can go through the portal, but Gilman will return here. Iroder's throw is intercepted. Gilman gets it out of the area. Just Bertrude back to defend at the moment. But that's all that Core needs for now. Although Bertrude goes down as Raji explodes. Ooh, an opening here.
Did that one throw it in?
And Gilman seizes that opportunity. Almer. Oh, and he just dumps in this time.
Good game.
The withdrawn.
GG.
The scribes themselves surely have taken note. The rite is ended.
Well played.
until the stars align.
Alright, so let's take us off of the Nesta Trieste. Unless, of course, we want to go back there. But let us know what, if anything, you guys want to see for the next one. Ah, okay. I was wondering if/when we might start to get any Tariq bot requests. This would be the first one for the night. Let's turn off our in-game music here in preparation for that. And let us summon Tariq bot then. I almost told TariqBot to play the song TariqBot. No, that is not the way that works. There we are. Anything else that we would like? This one feels like it's a little bit quiet. Let's bump it up a little bit. Now you got the name right.
Sweet home. Lie on my back.
Man, I think it's been a long time since I last heard this version and not the duo medley version, if you will, that I think we might have had more recently as a request. Obviously not today, but in a previous Right Night. Okay, but
Just in case Amanda watches the VOD.
Say again, sorry?
Just in case Amanda watches the VOD. But no, it's also a good song in its own right. I like it.
I think that's it by the looks of things for this next right, so let's jump in. I hear the water. I think this is boat. This is boat. Just the second time, I think, today, we saw a lot of rights in which iRotor had home field advantage, if you will, but now that honor belongs to Core. All left side Pamitha here for Core, so that includes the salute. And it's a quick Dispaleth for iRotor. And a quick throwing Bertrude. Last one for iRotor. I mean, it is the boat, so there's definitely a little more incentive to play as demons here, and iRotor is going for the big plays with the leech on that Ignarius there.
I see your star. Burning for me, Mother, I'm here.
And Core thinking about Jody. And opts for seemingly the legendary talisman, or at least thinking about it, for the additional casting range.
And it's glowing. I'm welcome home, sweet home. I take your hand. Now you'll never be lonely.
Yes, locks that one in. So here we go. Amitha, she goes down. Oh no, what? She back? Oh, she must have done the salute there and sacrificed a teammate. She was still there, but at the moment, no one back to defend against Vids left, so she can throw it in for 30. Gertrude down there. Amitha. She gets banished as well. Jody gets rid of Raji. Free orb at the moment. Oh, I wrote her setting up the brazen manner there with Ignarius, but mid-salute gets banished. And that is the last of Iroder's characters. Opportunity, perhaps, for Core. Manages to get off an unblockable 30 damage crone throw. Amitha switches places with Gertrude. And that throw didn't have the range on it, but that may be the combo the Core is looking for. And now this is the big combo that Iroder's looking to set up. Brazen Manor for extra damage, and then has the Leeching Talisman. So on net, that is worth 60 if Iroder can pull off that combo. But it's just Vids left here for a measly 30 damage here. Here is Ignarius. Through the portal he goes. There is the Brazen Manor. But again, it's just so hard to have the time and space to pull it off. If you can, great, but it's just far easier said than done. It's blocked here. And it's just the last defender. So Jody has returned. He's gonna try it though. Gets banished. Jody. Oh, there's the boat magic taking its hold. And carrying Jody into the Pyre for a 30 damage plunge. Gertrude, she goes down. And no prayer beads for Jody does mean that Tor is down one player for this series. So may find himself in this situation more often than before, in which he has no defenders back, now has Gertrude. That may mean easier for Iroder to pull off this combo. That's the big one. 40 damage plus 20 leech. That's huge. Gertrude, he gets banished. Is Paleth. She makes it in for a 30 damage plunge. Gertrude goes down. Amitha against Raji, takes him out. And swaps places with Jody. Jody gets banished. Amitha goes back into a defensive position here. And now I wrote her in a tricky spot. Okay, does manage to get the orb. Because when it's next to your portal like that, it can be sometimes rather difficult to get it. Now it's Core. With Gertrude. That throw, does it have enough range? Not quite. Here's Raji of all people making a move. And that's all it takes.
Good game.
GG.
Clouds are making way for me.
Alright. Let's head on back.
Until the stars align.
Sweet home. I see your star.
Alright, so chat, let us know what, if anything, you'd like to see for this next one.
Mother, I'm here. Eyes open wide.
And unless we have additional TariqBot requests, I think we will usher TariqBot out of the building.
I'm welcome home.
Okay, but we will have another TariqBot request, and a good one at that. Keeping on the Bastion themes here. Let's see, so... That's enough of this song. But this one's a classic. Okay, and will that be all, or is there anything else?
I dig my hole, you build a wall.
Okay, looks like that's gonna be it here. So let's get started. I just had a terrible thought. So, thematically, this song is perhaps fitting with a specific situation in which we found ourselves on a very small number of occasions. Maybe you can think of what I have in mind.
Not going to happen. Not on my side, I feel.
Someday those tears are gonna spill. So build that wall and build it strong, 'cause we'll be there before.
Oh, look at this. Okay, that's a crone salute. Turn people into howlers.
Build that wall up to the sky. Build that wall
And Messenger Imp on the other side, and I believe we did see Core take the Imp salute, which transforms you in between an Imp and a Howler, so that is in some ways a counter to what we just saw iRotor take.
Gonna build that wall until it's done.
And Webbed Lanthorn Raji.
Gonna build that wall until it's done. But now you've got nowhere to run. So build that wall and build it strong, 'cause we'll be there.
And Core was thinking about going Gilman there, but now perhaps opting for a defensive Imp instead. Something similar to what we saw iRotor take in his most recent spot.
It's
This
not a
works.
defensive imp, it has 25 damage.
This works correct, right?
Did you take the self...
Vengeful Vow. No, I didn't.
Okay, does it work on imps? I mean, we barely ever see it on imps, but I think it's mostly because we tend to see people take it on the master instead.
I dig my hole, you build a wall.
Oh, and look at this. Look at this.
I dig
Yeah, I wrote her perhaps. Focusing a little bit more on the offense with those imps than you might expect. Oh, is this the classic withdrawn setup I wrote her? Double imp, one crow?
It is.
Ah, I see now.
build that city on a hill.
I mean, the truly classic one would be Crown to Saboteurs, but
Hmm.
I'm not going there. Not,
Okay.
Not today.
Maybe next time. Alright, and it's all imps. Coming from Core. So expect a lot of explosions in that case, I would think. There's the Titan Tooth stunning Core here. Giving iRotor a little bit of extra time, and just enough time to make it into the Pyre, and as iRotor was saying, 25 damage on an imp is significant. Everyone down, though, on iRotor's side, so time now for Core. Oh, that is Core nearly making it straight into the Pyre there. Look at the size of that explosion. Times it well. Gets rid of the last of iRotor's characters, so Core is the first one back here. Charges up the throw and does have enough time to get it off. And makes it straight in here. Messenger in. But no throw means that he's out for this series. Bertrude here for Rotor. Time to get a 30 damage throw off. Or, oh, look at that. Rotor breaking out the salute. And we did see Core take the mass. Oh, hold on a second. We did see Core take the Imp salute to transform back into Imps on one of his characters to counter that, but I think that was one of the characters that was banished at the time. And Core has 25 damage on Tizo there. Here comes Bertrude. Oh, so close, but she gets banished. I thought the other thing that we saw was that Core might have run into a character with his Howler, and it might have been the one that had the Vengeful Vow, and it looked like it still exploded, which meant that he was actually able to defend with it, which is what caught me by surprise a bit. Big explosion there. Opportunity for Rotor. And that throw finishes it. Yeah, Core, did you explode with that Howler? It looked like you did.
I had Vengeful Vow, and then that exploded, and then the third one exploded for some reason. I have no idea why.
Hold on. Probably Horde might as well do it anyway. The other two are doing it.
I guess you're right.
But yes, Vengeful Vow does work with Horde.
Yeah, and that's interesting. You know, it was an unconventional pick, but on that occasion, it worked well. It was a way to counter that. Alright, so...
in fast is not a pleasure to play against, so...
Uh-huh.
You have to do some trail tricks to come out on top.
Alright, well, let us know if there's anything you guys want to see for this next one. I ushered TariqBot out, but of course, we are perhaps on a bit of a TariqBot spree here, so we can bring him back if you'd like. Otherwise, we will go back to doing our normal, regularly scheduled in-game music here. Alright, not seeing any requests here though, so I think that means we'll just have you two take whatever you'd like to take. Well, let's do it.
The withdrawn shall confront the Pyre hearts. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
And it's Prayer Beads Tamitha first. Pyre Rotor. Seen a lot of harp salutes today, but notably did not take it on Tamitha. It's a little bit different from some of the other harps that we've seen. But that is perhaps more the standard harp setup that we saw Rotor with. And that was a prone with the legendary talisman, so can cast through barriers on a Core's side. Now a power casting Goals Racer Lendl for Rotor. And Jody with the casting range for Core. And I wrote her finishing things off with maximum rekindling nutrition stick, Palmas. And a Time Food Bottle Headwind in the last spot here for Core. Here we go. Amethyst first. She goes down. Oh, we got the Thrash Pack going. It's gonna be a good one. Gertrude, oh, making moves here, but she goes down. Jody. It's the orb here, now gets rid of it. Trying to get rid of Palmas. She's blocked by Palmas. Now it's Palmas making the moves. He goes down. Headwind versus Lendl, and they take each other out. Gertrude comes back and brings back Lendl, though. Or rather, brings back Headwind. Well, the throw didn't quite get off in time. Tamitha. She plunges here for 20. Gertrude banishes everybody, setting up a big play here if Core can decide who it is who ought to score. Opts for Gertrude on a 25 damage throw. Tamitha, she goes down. Gertrude, back with it here. Oh, and well-aimed power cast there. Lendl. Does the shoulder smashing. Amethyst gets rid of Jody, and Harp pushes her way in.
Bye now, Bertie.
Gertrude banishes one. Nearly two, although she has some time and space here. That throw's unblockable. It does make it in, though it was a little bit short. Just a quick 13 damage throw. She's blocked. Amethyst is. Gets rid of the defender, and that gives her enough space to make it in here. Gertrude. Almost retreats. And redirects. Tries to make it in, though he gets banished. That means defenseless right now is our rotor. So plenty of time for this Gertrude throw. Amethyst goes around the other way. Oh, but there is the legendary Crone Talisman casting through those barriers, catching iRotor a little bit off guard. When another throw from Gertrude, does that have enough on it? Not quite. Ever so close. Palmas is making moves here. Charging up that throw, and from that range, that may be unblockable. Gertrude versus Tamitha. Tamitha with it. She's blocked. She banishes one defender. She's on the move here. Goes down. Gertrude trying to get rid of some of the defenders before she moves in. Gives it up. Now Jody. Moves forward, gets Gertrude back. Gertrude banishes one, make it two. Make it three. Big setup here. Oh, and the BM. Oh no, you hate to see it. You just hate to see it. Gertrude gets banished, but also banishes the last of our Rotor's characters here. Oh, and enough time, yes, for Vids Paulette, or rather for Jodariel to make it in here for the 30 damage plunge. That triggers the rekindling. So our Rotor now on the second life bar, and in this case that means 50 life. That is quite a lot of range there for Palmas, but he goes down before he can get the throw off. Ooh, and Gertrude gets sniped there. from Lendl. Lendl goes down. Bertrude's back on it. Tamitha has the orb here, and Heart Push is nearly getting her way in. But she does go down. Bertrude gets rid of Lendl. In range here. Banishes the defender, and that throw, I think that was, yeah, it was the throw that did it. And 29 life means that Jody is the only person that Core could score with that could finish it in 1 score. Anyone else would need 2. Here is Jody. But she goes down. Big power cast there from Lendl. Gets rid of all of Core's players, although Lendl goes down as well. And Typhoon Bottle is active here, slowing our rotor down. Tamitha. She's blocked. Bertrude now. His throw. Slightly wide. Gets intercepted. And now Tamitha plunging for 20. And rotor not done here. Almost down. Tamitha takes down Bertrude. But then she goes down to Jody. And Lendl takes out Jody. It's a Headwind versus Lendl. Lendl gets banished. Power cast from Headwind. He picks the orb back up, brings back Bertrude. Bertrude brings back Jody, gets pushed outside of range from that throw. Jody goes down as well. Right now, Core defenseless, but now has Headwind. He blocks Tamitha. But Tamitha banishes Headwind. Bertrude back in 1. And Tamitha makes it in, though. And now Core suddenly low enough on Pyre life that perhaps we might be talking about iRotor making it in for the winning plunge. Bertrude, although look at this. No one back to defend. Opportunity for Core. Goes with Jody for the win.
Good game.
Well played.
Victory so narrowly achieved, and thus more glorious.
Gee.
The ceremony is complete.
All right.
Until the next rite.
So, just want to check in with you two here. How are you doing? You good to stick around a little longer, or been in, at least certainly in the case of Rotor, been in here for a while, so if you need to take a break, we can definitely swap you out. If you're good to stick around, that's fine, but just want to make sure we're not holding you hostage.
If someone else wants to join, then I can leave, but I can also stay.
Okay. So chat, don't know if anyone is interested in hopping in here. I also ask in part because we're not there yet, but we're getting close to Liberation Rite time, and so, you know, if these two are sticking around, then maybe we have one more normal rite, and then we go Liberation Rite after that. Whereas if someone is going to switch in, then maybe they switch in, we give them a chance to warm up a little bit, and then we go Liberation Rite after that. Either way, I think maybe we're talking about two more rites. One being our last rite in which we take requests, and then of course the one after that being our final Liberation Rite. Although at the moment, at least, I don't think I'm seeing anybody in chat saying that they want to hop in. So why don't we act on the assumption, in that case, that we'll have these two in for our final two rites of the night. And in that case, this would be our penultimate rite, therefore our last one in which we are taking requests. So, if there is anything that you want to see tonight, then now is your last chance to make it happen, because of course we won't take any requests for the Liberation Rite. That is just going to be both players taking their best teams. Alright, but not seeing any requests here at the moment, so in that case, looks like we'll just have you two take whatever you want to take.
withdrawn.
And once again, we are back at the pit of Malith.
Welcome.
Iroder is just feeling right at home here.
Who shall
Home
conduct
field advantage
the rites?
countless number of times. And it's Pyre beats Tamitha first. And we've seen Kor start to use this legendary talisman crone to great effect. Sticks with it here.
Exile.
And Web Lanthorn Raji in the second spot there for Iroder. Then a Titan Tooth Tamitha, which is interesting. I think we saw Iroder take that on a few occasions, but don't think we saw Kor take it nearly as often.
I only put Titan Tooth on him, so someone else has done your job. Huh?
Yeah, I guess I was speaking more generally to Titan Tooth as a whole, not
That's
necessarily
true. We've seen
specifically
it.
on her.
We've seen it a couple of times.
And last one here for Kor. And you know, I saw Kor hover over Orlek, and I was thinking for a second, have we actually not seen any Orlek appearances at all today? I don't think we have. I think this is the first time Orlek has shown up. Which is crazy to say. Oftentimes, one of the most popular Exiles and we get his theme as well. Fitting, I suppose. But either way, it is Tamitha plunging first here. And Gertrude goes down here. Orlek goes down as well. Tamitha, she gets banished. Now Kor defenseless here. That is, of course, the downside of Orlek. Is if he does go down, he takes a very long time to come back unless you have a specific way to make him return. He's the one doing the banishing this time. And then he makes it in for 25 damage plunge. Last Friday night, we didn't have him at his... If that is true, then that means... That has got to be the longest time we've ever had in between Orlek selections. That is insane. There's the Titan Tooth. Stunning Iroder. I think Tamitha, a little bit of a head start here, and stunning this defender as well. So Tamitha gets rid of one of them, and then jumps in here for 20 damage. I mean, that's like at least 8 hours of no Orlek. 8 hours straight, if not more. Probably, it could even be well over that. But no one back here on Kor's side to defend. So that means a quick throw here for Tamitha. Tamitha, back at it now. She's the only one left. Oh, and then Deluge comes back, as he would have been, or I would have been defenseless, but here is Orlek countering with a 25 damage plunge. Tamitha pushes Gertrude into the pyre. Here is Gertrude. She goes down. Tamitha versus her sister. She makes it in. And Gertrude here with a little bit of a opportunity. Quick moment there. Can't quite get the right aiming down on that throw. Now just Pamitha back to defend, and it's gonna be a while until we see Orlek again. Gertrude now has returned, and Tamitha sneaks past her sister. Gertrude versus Deluge. Gertrude down. Deluge explodes on Orlek. Tamitha makes it in. Oh, but that stubborn flame kicking in and at just the right time. That keeps Core in this. Here comes Tamitha. She gets Titan Tooth, so she's stunned. Orlek. Tamitha makes it in for 20 damage. And now, one score for either player could finish this. Is it Gertrude? Not this time. Orlek down. Core defenseless. Opportunity for iRotor. And the throw takes the win.
The withdrawn prevail. Or you could say they managed to avoid defeat.
Great game.
The rite is complete.
No, we definitely had Arlek on the last RITE NITE because Amanda
did?
used him against me on the bot.
Okay. I mean,
Last night we played.
may still be the longest time we've gone. I mean, maybe not the longest time we've gone in between Orleks at that point, but
The stars
be
align.
close, I would think. In that case, it's, 90% of this RITE NITE and however far in that was in the previous one. I don't know. But either way, that was our penultimate rite, which means now is time for the grand finale. That, of course, means our liberation rite, so we'll be at the Fall of Solium, we'll turn on the sermon intro, and we will not take any requests from this one. We will just have both players taking their best possible teams and finish things off with a bang. So, with that being said, that also means we're going to want to turn off the in-game music, because it is going to be another Tariq bot situation. So, let us bring him out here. Now, it's been a little bit spotty as of late when it comes to these Never to Return, so fingers crossed that he gets this one down. But let's see. So, let's see. Let me see if this is going to be correct. That, I think, is right.
If it says Black Mandolin, it's probably correct.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of force the issue here. See if I can guarantee that it's also correct with our second one. I'm hoping both of those are correct. First one definitely is. Alright, so with that being said, we are all set and ready to go for our final liberation rite. Let's get started.
I bid you welcome. Welcome to the Hall of Sunshine. Here, one of you may have the right to away. Build in the sky still sends a warning. The withdrawal stands prepared. Our hearts stand ready.
Alright, here we go. Liberation rite, final rite, no requests, just take your best possible teams. Let's see what they have in store. And yeah, I forced it into going Black Mandolin because I was hoping that would be enough for Tariq to realize, hey, I'm not just supposed to play the generic Nightwings Never to Return. Alright, so we've got Raji in the first spot for iRotor. We've got Pamitha in the first spot for Core. And it's going to be a quick throwing Vids Palette. One of iRotor's favorite weapons. And Gilman for core, a staple on his teams. And it will be Gilman indeed in that second spot for core. Then lastly, it's a nutrition stick Palmas by the looks of things. To round things out here for a rotor. Full rekindling. And last but not least, it's the stowaway here. With prayer beads, so she'll be a plunging stowaway at that. And here we go, our final rite of the night, our liberation rite. I rotor on the left as the withdrawn, core on the right as the Pyre Hearts. Best of luck to you both. And it is
Okay.
done. GG. Well played, you two. Alright, and of course, like we said, that was our Liberation Rite, our final rite of the night. Thank you, iRotor. Thank you, Core. Thank you, everybody who participated in the rites today. Pleasure, as always, to have you all. Thank you, everyone who gave us the various requests in chat as well. I'm gonna duck out of Discord, but I will see you guys next week. Now, of course, that does mean we are losing Tariq Bot here, so let me just turn back on our music real quick. Then let me throw this screen on. Boot out the peoples who are still here. Get out of here. Hacha! Get kicked. But, like I said, that was our final rite of the night, our Liberation Rite. Thank you, everybody who participated in the rites and gave us all the requests in chat today. These are, of course, our Rite Nights, happening every 3:30 p.m. U.S. Eastern Daylight Time on Sundays, featuring first and foremost the members of none other than the Rite Club Discord server, which, if you are interested in getting more involved in this stuff, best way to do that is by clicking on that link right there to join the group. That's where we're doing all the coordination. Other than that, my name is Lids. I'm hosting these Rite Nights. And other than that, on Fridays, I'm streaming Mass Effect Legendary Edition, which, as I was saying earlier, Mass Effect is tied for my favorite game ever, so that's been a blast. Then on Saturdays, we are doing multiplayer Mass Effect, kind of like almost a middle ground between Mass Effect Campaign and what we're doing for Rite Nights, because it's basically the same idea. Chat chooses everything that we do. Then also, although we have technically finished The Witcher 3, we are still looking to fit in a stream or two sometime during the week in which to explore alternative endings and other things that we didn't do with branching storylines and what have you. So looking to find some time in the next week or two to hopefully sneak in a Witcher 3 stream to do some of that. And other than that, on YouTube, we are posting VODs for these Rite Nights, so you can check out anything that you missed there, as well as VODs from all of our other streams, and also some Gwent videos for the Witcher-themed card game, coming out with some new events every week. This upcoming week's event includes the event in which I scored my highest ever amount of points, that being right around 900, so we're gonna see this upcoming week if we can break that record and maybe even push for 1,000, so I'm looking forward to that. Other than that, also doing Gwent Thronebreaker, which is the Gwent campaign, so that's relatively new, just starting to try that stuff out. It's a lot of fun, so that's something that I'm looking forward to getting to do more of soon. Then, I think that's about it on the YouTube side. So if you haven't done so yet already, you can of course hit the follow button to get a notification for when I go live on Twitch. And you can also follow me on Twitter, @LidsVids. I'll post there when I'm live as well. But the best place to stay up to date on all things Lids is actually by joining my own Discord server, which you can do by clicking on that link right there. But that's going to be it for me for tonight. So thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And I'll catch you next time.